Good day and good evening, and welcome to Tea Time with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but just call me Kai. So I did mention this in the chat a little bit ago, but it turns out that my chat overlay is broken. Let me demonstrate what I mean. It's not exactly what I ordered, is it? I have not changed anything. I only changed the URL. So I don't know why it's doing that. So I was thinking, it's probably better that we just have the actual stream chat, which should be like over on the side, instead of this abomination on the screen as well. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why we have no chat overlay today. I don't know if it's something that I need to fix the chat overlay itself, or if YouTube is just being wacky today. I posted the link to this stream on the Discord server, and well, that one didn't work either. Like, that one also looked weird. So maybe it's just YouTube having a bad day. And that then causes my overlay to go, I don't know what to do with this, man. I'll have to see later if I can get it fixed at some point. But I didn't feel like that was the solution 1 hour before stream, when I realized the problem was there, and I also had other things that I needed to do before stream. With that said, hey Fatman, hey Angel, hey Matthew, hey Merfolk, hey Fru, hey Zav, hey Solisation, hey Jake, hey Giraheen, hey Gleaming, hey D-My Miles, hey Kazi Dragoon, hey Mioels, hey Brontom, hey Catdemon, and hey Izakasa. Hope you're all doing very well. I'll still see all of your messages just the same. It's just that, well, the chat overlay kind of gave out on us. Hey old troop, hope you're doing well as well. That's it really. What have you had happen since last tea time? I believe we had the rework. We don't have object permanence if we can't see chat. It isn't real. Oh. I mean, if it isn't in the way, I can like have it there. If like, while it isn't in the way, like, I guess that works. It just looks really weird. It really looks weird to me. I think it's better if it's not there when it's acting like this. I don't think there's anything that I can do to fix it, because I don't know what's wrong with it. Yeah, one thing that happened since last tea time was RIP Noxious Nash. RIP Noxious Nash. The funny thing is, for anyone who don't quite understand what that means, is that before this change, like for anyone who either doesn't play Viper at all or didn't like play it enough to understand what that is, Noxious Nash was a debuff that Vipers applied to the enemy that basically made the Viper do 10% more damage. It was Reaper's Death's Design as a combo starter. It was applied by this button, which previously was named Dreadfangs, and this button, which was previously named Dreadwinder. And one of the optimizations that Vipers could do is that Steel Fangs did substantially more damage than Dread Fangs, because obviously Steel Fangs did only damage, while Dread Fangs also had like a utility use. So it of course compensated for that. Like it had to pay with doing less damage. So one optimization trick for Vipers was, well, you wanted to make sure that you maintained your Noxious Nash with Dreadwinder to the best of your ability. Like, ultimately, that was what it was about, is that the more reapplications of Noxious Gnash you could manage with Dreadwinder, the less you had to do it with Dreadfangs, which I think every time you had to use Dreadfangs was like a 60 potency loss. Like, if you did it where you didn't have to. So what they did is they basically buffed pretty much all actions in the Viper toolkit by around 10%. Like, give or take, some things got slightly more, some things got slightly less. For example, Ouroboros got 100 potency, but it was 1050 before, so it's less than 10%. They did that, which of course means that if they only did that, like if they just buffed all buttons on the Viper toolkit by 10% and then removed Noxious Gnash, then the only thing that would actually change is that Vipers would do about 9 or 10% less auto attack damage. Which, now you might think, well, who cares about that? Well, Vipers apparently do about 10% of their damage on a single target is auto attack. So that would actually be a 1% DPS nerf. So what they also did is, obviously, they buffed, they reworked Dreadfangs to Reaving Fangs, Dreadwinder to Vicewinder, and then they made it so that Reaving Fangs does the same damage as Steel Fangs, and they instead have this new buff that gives like 100 extra potency when they alternate. So, like, in a vacuum, they sort of like, they baked in Noxious Gnash, and then they buffed your combo starters by 100 potency and 160 potency, effectively speaking. And weirdly, this thing, so like Honed Steel and Honed Reavers, which is this buff, this one actually is interchangeable with the AoE combo starters. Which is funny, primarily because the combo finishers don't have this property. It actually costs you, like, it is sort of, it's a little complicated to talk about because, you know, switching to AoE is usually because you're getting damage, but switching between single target and AoE actually comes with an initial loss, because the first combo finisher will not have the damage bonus, and only every subsequent one will. And once you swap again, you have to build it up again, because the single target finisher buffs are not stackable with the AoE finishers. So once you finish an AoE combo, now your single target combo is going to like lack 100 potency, and then you do the single target combo finisher, now the AoE combo's weaker again. And you just have to deal with that. But for some reason, the combo starters don't have this problem. For whatever reason. Isakusa says, I didn't even get to try Viper when it had Nash. That's probably for the best. Ultra says, Viper feels kind of head empty now, so I might switch back to playing Monk. Fair enough. Bruce says, I extremely liked it, but I guess I need to be fair and try to play it. And Brunson says, can we talk about how every job is slowly becoming Red Mage? I don't feel like this turned Viper into Red Mage, but it did do something, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So they just turned Nash into a dot. They could have done that. They could have done anything. The problem, I think, is that I can't possibly explain to you why they decided to do that. Like, I think I've talked about this before, but as far as the way I saw this play out is that the developers said, we're trying to make Viper a little bit easier to pick up, so we were looking at the positionals. As in, we might remove some of them or make them easier. And the Viper main said, no, don't do that! Like, anything but that. And the developers went, anything? And then they just took, like, the next thing on their list. Like, we could also remove Noxious Nash, and then just took that one. Like, the thing that I'm wondering about, the thing that I'm most curious about is, if the developers had said, we were looking at either removing some or simplifying some positionals, or getting rid of Noxious Nash, I'm almost certain that the Viper mains would have said, how about neither? How about you just get your slimy hands off of that Viper and leave it alone for a little bit longer? We haven't even gotten the chance to try it. Just leave it. Just leave it for a bit. Check it next major patch. See if it's still bad. Like that's how I see it, is that if they had actually put the cards on the table and said, well, if you don't want us to take the positionals, then the next best thing is that we're taking the Noxious Nash away. I'm pretty sure the mains would have said, do neither. And yeah, as Fru said, Miles, it's not exactly like losing Aero, but it's basically like, so for a healer, you have, like, offensively you have one thing you're managing, which is the dot, especially in your level range. Viper has this thing with, like, spinning a lot of plates. Originally, you had a combo starter where one of them applies 20 seconds of a debuff, and you can extend it up to 40 seconds. So, like, every time it's below 20 seconds, you, like, add a little bit to it. But you also have an alternative combo with a ding-ding 40-second cooldown that also adds 20 seconds. So every second time you have to reapply it, you do it with this big attack that hits like a freight train anyway, and just also applies it. I'm pretty sure that it'll not manage to connect. And we might have to just go home. Because last time we had to... last time Materia was like this, it kept being like this. I don't know, sometimes Materia just is like this for me. Surprise mind is so strong it hits you out of Final Fantasy 14, yeah. But that's one of the plates that the Viper then has to spin, like maintaining this 40-second or this 10% damage increase on the target. And then, well, I have to restart the whole game. Fun. Then I think I'll send myself back to my home. Like, I'm sorry about that. This isn't going to work. It's also taking a while to load for some reason. I don't know if it's just Materia that's having trouble, but it's taking a while for me to load. And then you also have two 40-second buffs that you have to maintain. That basically are, one of them is you do more damage, and the other one is your GCD is shorter. So, like, your rotation goes faster. Those are two more things you had to manage, and they had 40-second durations. Then, whenever you did a combo finisher, it would add a 40-second duration buff that made it so one of your other, like, basic filler combo finishers would do slightly more damage. Which means that whatever you're doing, you have to, like, circle back around to your combo finishers in the next 40 seconds, or ding, you lose 100 potency, because that's the damage that those finishers added. This is particularly interesting because a Viper, should they desire, can easily find like 50 seconds to do something else. Like just something else entirely. Easily. If you said to them that they don't have to maintain anything, they would be like, well, I could just do like 3 of my Reawaken burst combos in a row, and then I don't know, like Dreadwinders for days, and then like Uncoiled Fury. Like, you could spend like a minute on that. But because there are all these timers, you have to circle back to that. Now, this patch removed one of the things that you had to manage, and it increased the duration on the finisher buff to 60 seconds. And the new starter combo buffs are also 60 seconds. So, like, it's so long that you have to actually go out of your way to spend time doing other stuff for those buffs to run out. And it's actually even weirder that because Noxious Nash is gone, I mean, I've talked about this on stream previously, but because Noxious Nash is gone, personally, I found it harder to remember to use Vicewinder than I ever found it to use Dreadwinder. Because with Dreadwinder, your instinct to use it was, well, Noxious Nash is not up on my current target, or Noxious Nash is under 20 seconds on my current target. And then you just do it. If it's there, you do it. Now, it's like, whenever you want. There is, like, the only time you would feel compelled to check in on Vicewinder is, I would like a Rattling Coil. That's it, really. Hey, Ancient Monica. Hope you're doing well. Also, is everyone else. I think Nox and Danjo came in very, very recently. Yeah, so for anyone just checking in, I got disconnected from Materia twice in the past, like, 30 minutes. I've been on Louisoix all day with not a single disconnect. So instead of, like, repeatedly getting interrupted with that, we're just going home. We're just going home. Another thing is the chat overlay is being whacked today, so I'll have to look into that later. I think YouTube is acting up in that regard. But yeah, basically, the problem is that this Noxious Nash added, like, some sort of real management to the job that you had to, like, come back to every so often. To me, it felt like there was a little bit more life in the rotation. Now, the thing is, relative to how Viper played before this change, you don't play it that much differently. Like, the only change is that before the change, it was basically a fever dream to suggest you could do 3 reawakens in quick succession without dropping something. Now, if you do it right after a full Vicewinder combo, then you might actually be able to do 3 full ones and then, like, catch your buffs on the, like, on the run back at the end before anything drops. You might be able to. Now, would you want to do that? I don't think there's, like, maybe if you're using a gem draft or something, and like a burst boosting potion, they last 30 seconds, so maybe you'd want to do that. But under normal circumstances, outside of that, raid buffs usually last, they all last 20 seconds, and 2 reawaken combos take just above 20 seconds, so no reason to, right? Hey, Riffix, no, we did not go back into M1S. The next time we're going into M1S will be on Sunday. I mean, we went the entire the Saturday evening, but next time we're going on Sunday. But yeah, as I was saying, as far as the rotation goes for Viper, not much actually changed by removing Noxious Nash. Like, actually, not much. because like under optimal circumstances, you're going to be using Vicewinder kinda on cooldown anyway, right? Optimally. And the only change there is that instead of you using Dread Fangs like once every 40 seconds, you use it as every second starter. One thing that is a little weird about that is that because of this design, because of this new design, your combos are going to be like 222, 111, 221, 112, repeat. Where before it had this interesting tiny little detail where what your combo starter is, who knows? You'll know when you get there. Whereas only like the step 2 and 3 were sort of set in stone. And yeah, that's true, Danjo. If you did 3 reawakens in succession, you would drop your combo because the combo lasts 30 seconds. That's true. And that's actually a funny thing that I often run into in dungeons, is that like if there's a little bit of downtime between a pack and a boss, then when we run up to the boss, I'll like go set up my speed buff, so 2-2, then do a Vicewinder, just like I prefer to set it up this way. It's the fastest way to also get the damage buff. And then do Reawaken. But if I have the resources to, I will just do Reawaken again once like that is over. And all of that will take too long and your combo will drop. If you do a full Vicewinder combo and 2 Reawakens, your combo will drop. It'll take just about 30 seconds, I think, maybe 31. But yeah, the problem is Viper isn't in much worse of a state. It's actually in a better state. It's stronger and it's slightly easier to do it. But it feels a little bit hollow, if that makes any sense. Hey bud, hope you're doing well. Am I winning? I don't know. I don't know. I might have said yes, but as I said, chat overlay borked. I'm very sad about that. The next big thing that also got changed, I would say, is they added two very funny additions to Umbral Soul. Now, I haven't forgotten about the samurai thing, but I would like to talk about this too. And yeah, exactly, Merfolk. That's also what I want to see, because most of the players that I've seen saying that Viper was too complicated were those that tried it for 5 minutes or otherwise didn't, like, finish leveling it. So it would feel like if Black Mage got reworked because someone leveled it to 34 and was like, I don't understand how transpose works. Like that's how it feels a little bit. So the interesting thing they added to Black Mage is, well, I believe it was in 701, they moved Umbral Soul to level 35, which, long time coming. That should have been done in, like, Shadowbringers when they added Umbral Soul, if you ask me. But in 705, they added 2 things. The first one is, if you're not in combat and you use Umbral Soul, then it basically just maxes out your Umbral Ice state instantly. So you don't have to press it multiple times to max out. You just transpose to Ice, Umbral Soul, done. Easy. The other thing they added is when you use Umbral Soul, it actually just freezes the Umbral Ice timer. Which means, combined with the thing I just said, combat finishes, transpose Umbral Soul, bam. Now you can just do whatever. You just, like, you go to the bathroom. And when you come back, you'll still be in Umbral Ice, assuming someone didn't get you killed. And then two extra additions to this is that some fights have either like forced cutscenes, or they have sometimes they have down for the count mechanics. That's the ones where you're like, suddenly the boss goes enough, and then you get like knocked to your knees, and then you're just down until the boss decides that they're done like monologuing or whatever. Usually, when either of these things happen, the Black Mage will finish that with no state. And if they finish that with no MP left, they're going to be very sad. If you use Umbral Soul just before that happens, then you basically like put a lock on it and just hold that, so you can resume afterwards. But there's one more twist to it, and this is a really weird twist. The duration is locked until you touch the Umbral Ice state. By which, what this means is, if you use Umbral Soul, then it freezes the duration. But if you cast anything that says grants Umbral Ice, or grants Astral Fire, either one, then the timer resumes. So that means if you use Umbral Soul and then Ice Paradox, then the timer resumes. If you go Umbral Soul Blizzard 4, the timer does not resume because Blizzard 4 does not touch Umbral Ice. Isn't that incredibly funny? That means that you could go, oh, the boss is going to do a thing, quickly into Ice, Umbral Soul quickly to like save your state, and then go, I was a little early, I guess I'll just spam Blizzard 4 then. That's not super great, but you could do that. You could also use Xenoglossy or Thunder. Freeze works as well, yes. And yeah, you keep getting polyglots, that's also true. But yet it is difficult with the Viper thing, because who knows? The thing is, the developers will have a hard time knowing who actually, like, knows what they're talking about when they say that the job is too hard. Hey, Gassel, did you miss anything? Chat overlay is broken. We're not on Materia because I got kicked twice in like 30 minutes. Like, got disconnected, so we're back on Louis Soir, but we're here at the summer place, you know. And we talk a little bit about the changes that have happened with this patch. I think that's... Oh, there's actually one more important thing about Black Mage. This other thing is that in 7.05, well, I got disconnected. Like, it said, oh, lost connection. Would you be attempting the course? Maybe. Also, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, Murphy. Wow. Incredible. Don't tell Imir. Well, if Imir hops into the chat at some point and sees this, then I can't do anything. The other thing that some players might have glossed over, simply as a result of how amazing this Umbral Soul change is that nearly all fire spells, not Flare Star and not High Fire or Fire 2, but like Fire 4, well, nearly all, Fire 4 and Despair got like a 10 potency buff. And I think there were other things. Oh yeah, Blizzard 4 also got a buff. There's a few spells that got a buff, but the only one that changed anything, the only one that changed anything for the rotation, was that they buffed Flare's AoE. Before, Flare did 40% less damage to secondary targets. Now it does 30% less to secondary targets. Also, hey to those that just came in, I believe Wool and Minoto and Ceres, hope you're doing well. Put the sign out. The reason why this changes something is that some of you may have heard of, I can't really demonstrate it here, but this incredibly silly transpose rotation for AoE, where you basically use freeze and like a filler, like thunder or foul or something, and then you transpose, and then you go flare, flare, flare star, and then you transpose. Like, don't even care that you're clipping that transpose. You just transpose again, freeze something, transpose, flare, flare, flare star, transpose, freeze something, transpose. And the reason why it's freeze something is because transpose is a cooldown of 5 seconds. Before this buff to flare, the power difference between doing this janky rotation and doing your AoE right, where, you know, you enter Umbral Ice with High Blizzard 2, and then you do Freeze, and then you go into Asphalt Fire with High Fire 2, and then you do Flare, Flare, Flare Star. Those two rotations were basically single-digit potency apart on AoE. Like, they were so close that, like, the proper rotation was winning by a hair. It was so close that if you use triple cast, it was better to do the transpose shenanigans. And then they buffed Flare, which was like the linchpin here. So what I'm getting at, this is a very roundabout way of saying this transpose shenanigan rotation is now optimal. It's now optimal. Enjoy. It has a few weaknesses. The first weakness is that it kind of relies on having something like after freeze. There's always something. You can always reapply thunder. It only is optimal at level 100 precisely, and if you have to switch from AoE to single target for any reason, you can only do that after the flare part, and that's because, like, if you do the as you're switching into Astral Fire and Astral Fire 1, and you're doing it with like 2.5k MP, like, you just have exactly enough MP for 2 flares and a flare star because of how those interactions work. The only way to nicely switch into single target is to finish that sequence, Blizzard 3, and then get it right. Which means that you're actually, every time you transpose into ice to do freeze, you're dedicating your next, like, 15 seconds or so to AoEing, and there's no good way to change course. You can change course, like if you go into Umbral Ice and you're like, should probably have done single target, you can of course just swift cast Blizzard 3, Blizzard 4, and go from there. Like, you can recover it, but in the basic circumstances, you're stuck. Also, hey, FFXIV, hope you're doing well. And Kylan, and Jonathan, and everyone else, really. Kind of, to speak of things people gloss over, I've seen many people not know about leveling your chocobo to 20, only notice it because needed to do fate farming. Yeah, that's true, it's very convenient. Curse is now optimal. Oh yeah, I did see that one, Danjo. The new hilarious non-standard sequence, for those that don't know what non-standard means in the context of black mages. Long story short, standard rotation implies that there is a logical rotation. And you might say, well, I mean, whatever is the most common rotation is surely the standard, right? Not exactly. To put an example, Dragoon's standard rotation is to do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then looping those. If somehow there was a rotation where you didn't do that, that would technically be non-standard, right? Now, whether that would actually be good relies on whether that does more damage, and it wouldn't. And there you go. That's the end of that. But Black Mage has so similar potencies across its toolkit. Like, look at this. Fire 3 is 280. Fire 4 is 320. It's actually pretty close. The problem is, of course, that Fire 3 costs a ridiculous amount of MP to cast. And it takes even longer to cast, so you wouldn't want to do that. But non-standard Black Mage usually involves finding ways, like at the absolute basic level, non-standard has a tendency to involve not casting Blizzard 4. That isn't what it means to be non-standard, but that is the most common thing, the most common theme, that you would somehow avoid casting Blizzard 4 and still do good damage, obviously. That's not necessarily what defines it. Like, some lines include, like the primary thing you use to do that is transpose in various ways. And as Danjo says, with the reintroduction of Ice Paradox, we have a new transpose line. We have a new line, a non-standard line, which involves transpose, which is why we call them transpose lines at times. And this particular line is just before you're going to cast Mana Font. You can you go completely out of MP. You cast Flare Star, then you make sure that you have an instant, right? Or it was instant, so you can transpose Xenoglossy. That spends 2.5 seconds, depending on your spell speed. Ice Paradox, which spends 2.5 seconds, depending on your spell speed. And if you line it up perfectly with your mana ticks, which happen every 3 seconds, and you also make sure you have used Lucid Dreaming before this starts, then you can actually make sure, with relative accuracy, you could of course use a third-party tool to track your MP ticks, but if you get 2 MP ticks in this time, you will have enough MP to cast Despair again if you were to hop back into Astral Fire, which means that you can do you do Lucid Dreaming at some point, transpose Ice Paradox, Xenoglossy, or Xenoglossy Ice Paradox, transpose Despair, Mana Font. And then you do a proper burst, right? But yeah, the trick is, Brontome, is that you spend enough time that you get 2 MP ticks while you're there. If you get 2 Lucid Dreaming ticks, you're up to 1100 MP. You don't even care about the actual MP recovery, because you need 800. That's it. If the passive MP recovery was 250, you could have done it with 1. You get 250 from the passive and 550 from Lucid Dreaming, you're up to 800. Done. But I think that was actually hilarious, by the way, Danjo. And you know what? Is it a problem? Is it a problem that that line exists? I would say no. I think that is actually a good thing, because it really, still... It's like saying, no, it's non-standard, it still exists a little bit. There's still a little something here. There might be more. It's not completely dead. Minato says, how are you feeling about Dark Knight in Dawntrail? Been seeing every 14 YouTuber talking about how weak it is. Not sure how I feel on it, but I want to love Dark Knight. Dark Knight is fine. What happens is Dark Knight is not necessarily better at the most things that the other tanks are better at. If that makes sense. Warrior heals better. I would say Paladin reduces damage better. Gunbreaker has more various defensive cooldowns and actually might be able to take a big hit better. Is that a problem? Not necessarily. And Dark Knight has its niche. It still has TPN, it has Dark Mind, it is still the best at taking a magic hit. But is that impressive? And the reason why we ask these things is because if Dark Knight is not the best at anything in particular defensively among the tanks, then it must be the best at doing damage, right? Right? Surely, right? And now you might probably realize that pretty much every single time that the Dark Knight mains have cried out in agony in any major patch in the last 3 years at least, has usually been when Dark Knight has not been the top 1 or top 2 damage dealer among the tanks. And it makes sense. I would say, given that both Paladin and Warrior have substantially more concentrated power in the defensive department in different ways, they should be weaker than Dark Knight. And I say that meaning Warrior. Warrior should be slightly weaker than Dark Knight. How much weaker than the other tanks is Dark Knight? Not enough for it to matter. But if you had the choice to be Dark Knight or any other tank, then as it stands, I believe the problem is that Dark Knight is simply not the best choice for most of the hard content at present. Should that mean that you should feel bad about choosing Dark Knight? No. Absolutely not. If you want to main Dark Knight, go for it. It can beat all content in the game. It's fine. Foxblade says, I think it should have the most DPS. That's also fine with me. The only reason why I'm not entirely set on whether I would say it should do more than Gunbreaker is because I feel like Gunbreaker has a similar style to Dark Knight in that it's meant to be a tank that has slightly less focus on the defense and slightly more focus on the offense compared to Warrior and Paladin. Like, that's my impression. So I would be fine if they were equal. And the thing is, because you need 2 tanks in any raid lineup, as long as Dark Knight is second best, as long as it's at least second best, then a group going, we want to do the most damage possible, would choose Gunbreaker and Dark Knight, if Dark Knight was stronger than Warrior and Paladin. But it is worth taking note, Minoto, that Dark Knight is fine, so you don't have to justify your pick to be a Dark Knight. It's also worth pointing out that the power difference between the tanks is still such that a good Dark Knight player will probably be better to have than a bad Warrior, Paladin, or Gunbreaker player. So if you're good and you like Dark Knight, then play Dark Knight. And yeah, exactly, Danjo. It's similar to Machinist's problem, that Machinist, being the selfish range, quote-unquote selfish range DPS, it should do substantially more damage than Bard and Dancer. Like, significantly more, to compensate such that you don't feel bad about picking it. I think the problem Ranged Physical has right now, though, is I don't know how... I haven't, like, kept too close of a look on it, but I've gotten the impression that the problem that Ranged Physical is facing right now is they're actually so far down that there are some players that are like, why would I choose a Ranged Physical when I could, for the party bonus, why do I care about that? I don't. Parent says, I don't know if your chat overlay is enabled, but if it is, I'm not seeing it on stream. It is broken. It's looking like this today. I discovered this an hour before stream. I didn't have time to figure out what's the problem. I've tried to fiddle with the CSS. It's not reading it. But thank you anyway. I do appreciate it. See, Dialga says splitting the tanks balance-wise into more defensive and more offensive makes sense to me. That way it kind of feels like X is slightly better MT and Y is slightly better at OT. That could be. You didn't know of Pop-Out? I used Pop-Out, Sip. I specifically used Pop-Out. And it didn't work. I don't know what's going on. There's also other things on YouTube that seems to be a little wacky. Like when I put the link on the Discord to this stream, it didn't load it right. But actually outpaces Red Mage. Oh, that's fine then. I just remember that there were some problems. But if we have a situation where like our role is a little undertuned, then it doesn't even matter. Then one of them is like, this particular one is undertuned. Yeah. Get in line, right? But there's a lot of ways that they could balance the different tanks. Minato also said something about, what do you think it would help if they added Dark Arts back? Nope. Dark Arts, as a mechanic, from old Dark Knight, from before Shadowbringers, is not compatible with Dark Knight that we have now. To explain that, I can't remember, I think it's 160 or 140 potency, but basically... Basically, when you use Dark Arts, it cost some MP, and then your next action that had an interaction with Dark Arts, which was most actions, would do that thing. For example, Carve and Spit, I'll give a few examples. Carve and Spit would do 100 potency of damage and restore MP if you didn't use Dark Arts, or it would do like 450 potency and not restore MP if you had Dark Arts. Abyssal Drain, which was a GCD, like an alternative to Unleash, would not heal you if you didn't have Dark Arts. It would heal you if you did. So, and it also cost MP, by the way, and Unleash did too, so like your AoE was just a funnel, just sucking out all your MP. Most other GCDs in your arsenal basically said, I do 160 or something like that, more potency damage if I spend your Dark Arts. Siphon Strike, Soul Eater did it, to give some examples. And ultimately, what you had was one Dark Arts is worth 140 or 160 potency, right? Unless you spend it on Carve and Spit, in which case it was worth 350 potency. So basically, you use Dark Arts on the things that converted your MP to be worth more. But once you're done that, you just spent your MP on whatever in bursts, right? You just spend it on anything. And while you had ways to spend your Dark Arts defensively, for example, originally, Dark Mind, I believe, reduces magic vulnerability by 15%, or 30% if you spend Dark Arts with it. And you had other defensive options as well. Now, you might already realize why this is a problem if you know how some Dark Knights that don't understand how the button works goes, no, I will not use TBN, it's a damage loss. Wah! Exactly. Why would you waste Dark Arts on Dark Mind when you could get 160 potency by spending it on Soul Eater? Smart, huh? Enter Edge of Shadow. It's basically the exact same thing. You are going to click Dark Arts and spend it on damage anyway. Exactly, it's the Etherflow discussion again. You were going to spend it on this anyway, so let's just cut the nonsense in between. Here you go. That's your damage button. That's it. Also, hey, Anime Freaks and Skullwolf, hope you're doing well. And hey, Yumia, hope you're doing well as well. So, like, the reason why re-adding Dark Arts wouldn't work is because it wouldn't change anything. Like, you wouldn't use it. It doesn't fit. Like, the purpose it had is gone, essentially. But Dark Knight is fine. It's lacking a little something. Speaking of a little something, another thing they added with the patch, by the way, I think Cyanide asks, there was a patch this morning. It just fixed a few bugs. There was one of the role quests for healers bugged out. There was an MSQ quest, I believe, that bugged out specifically for console players or controller players. And there was a bug in M1S and M4S. Yeah, we still have Dark Arts because that's what you get from TBN, yeah. Speaking of a little something, Samurai probably got the most unbelievable change imaginable I read the patch notes, like 705. I read the patch notes and thought, but if Mexia Shisui doesn't give the buff anymore, and Tsubame Gaishi doesn't have a cooldown, then how do I access it? Surely they didn't make it so that I can use it after every time I use a finisher. Right? They wouldn't do that. That's way too good. No one would do, like, they would never do that. Like, being able to do that would almost feel like cheating. Like, that must be a bug. That must be an oversight. Surely they wouldn't do that. Buff a 1 minute cooldown to have no cooldown. No way they would do, like, I'm just saying. Imagine if one day you woke up and they were just like, no, we've just removed the cooldown and charge thing on ninjutsus. Or just, nah, it's gone. Do whatever. Just go nuts. Go crazy. You just get up one day and they're like, you know what? It's way more fun if hypercharge doesn't have a cost. You know what? Let's just say that you're permanently in hypercharge. Like, your filler is just spamming Blazing Shot. The songs are not just stances you switch between. You can be in whichever one you want permanently. You can just toggle between them. You can just switch to whichever one works best. You could just go over to Mage's Ballad, turbo rush your Heartbreak Shot cooldown, and then go over to Army's Pair and get the 4 stacks immediately over to Wanderer's Minuet and just hang out and party. Oh, standard step? Nah, that doesn't have a cooldown. You go whenever you want. Go for it. Have fun. Like, that's what I'm trying to get. There's an 8.0 changes wishlist. No, I'm trying to clarify for anyone who doesn't understand how impactful removing the cooldown on Tsubame Gaishi is. It's insanely hilarious. It feels like the game is bugged. Well, no cooldown standard finish wouldn't be that good. I know, Matthew, but it would remove minor issues for the job. And I would also say with the presence of Last Dance, it would be kind of good. I was just looking at this and going, well, if it's a technical finish, we would have a problem, wouldn't we? Yeah, they added this to Samurai. It's crazy fun. It does have a few caveats, quote-unquote caveats. The way Samurai has been played, at least since Endwalker, is with a looping rotation. Where, basically, when your burst finishes, you collect the resources for one Midara Setsugeka, you do that, then you collect the resources for one more Midara Setsugeka, and then your burst begins again. And sometimes, most of those filler sections, you actually have to have a little throwaway where you just generate one Zen with Yukikaze or something, and then just Hagakure to waste a few GCDs so that you don't outrun this rotation, because sometimes it takes less than 60 seconds to generate 2 Midares. This change means that Samurai gets something in the ballpark of +2 Kaishi Setsugekas per minute. I'm pretty sure it's +2 per minute, which means that Samurai are just they wake up on Savage Raid's morning, and are basically told, yeah, you have 2 extra GCDs in every minute. How you're going to fit them, I don't know. You figure that out. Oh, you have to Savage Raid in 5 minutes? Good luck, buddy. And if you were running a slightly faster GCD, you would probably just have been like, don't care. I just don't need to do fillers anymore. If you were running a slower GCD where you didn't have you didn't really have fillers, you're negative now. You actually need to either freestyle it, find something else to do, or get some skill speed to make that rotation work. What is that tower? This is the Moonfire Fair event. Well, yeah, it's called a lot of samurais just freestyle it. Well, yeah, basically, Cyanide, they removed the cooldown on Tsubame Gaishi. They straight up removed it. Not only that, but before, the way it worked was you use Midare Setsugeka, and then you could use, Kaiji Setsugeka immediately after. If you do anything else, then you can't anymore. The way it works now is when you use Midare Setsugeka, they just give you like a token. They give you a token to use Kaiji Setsugeka once in the next 30 seconds, and you just choose whenever you want it. Which means that, like, freestyle samurais are eaten good. Freestyle samurais can straight up just go like Midare Setsugeka and just go, nah, you know what? If I wait a little bit, then I can use this Setsugeka to more nicely line up my Higanbana for later. Because using Higanbana doesn't override this effect. You can actually go Midare Setsugeka, build up to Higanbana, do Higanbana, and if you have enough time, build up to another Midare Setsugeka, Kaishi, Midare, and Kaishi again. It's absolutely ludicrous. But why would you do that? Because it's funny. But yeah, it's this was such an awesome change that I was like, I should have leveled Samurai sooner. I should have leveled. On the one hand, I felt I should have leveled Samurai sooner. On the other hand, because I hadn't finished leveling it, I had the experience of trying this out while I was leveling it. But yeah, that's the thing. On the one end, we have some jobs that got a change, like Viper getting the change where they removed Noxious Nash. We were like, I feel like something's missing. The job isn't worse for it. There's something missing. And on the other end of the same room, the samurais are just like, woohoo! We have unlimited kaishis! Woohoo! And the funniest part about it is that I'm pretty sure that net it was a buff. They said so. But basically, if you read the patch notes, 705, what you'll read, if you read the samurai section, is nerf, 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 nerf. Tsubame doesn't have a cooldown. Nerf, 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 nerf. Like, everything in the toolkit got nerfed to make sure that it wasn't busted if they gave you infinite kaijis. I was like, if you actually read it and you weren't sure, like, wait, like, you don't quite understand what's up with Tsubame, you just see the rest of the change, like, why is Samurai getting bashed? Like, what's happening here? Yeah, exactly, opposite of the Viper changes. Viper got 10% buffs across the board, and then some. And a mechanic removed. Samurai got nerfed. I don't think 10%, but they nerfed across the board, and then gave you something. They didn't touch 10 though. Did they not? Was it 701 or 705 where they reduced the recast time back down to a normal amount? By the way, I just remember, I think Gazel asked this a while ago in the chat. What's changed about Dragoon? Are you still here, Gazel? Was that you? Exactly, Skullwolf just over in the corner. Kylan says, did the mech that got removed from Viper, isn't that a 10% buff that you kept up? Correct. Which means they basically went, now you do 10% less damage, and then they just baked in 10% more damage. The only thing that actually really lost there was your auto attacks do 10% less damage. In regards to your question, Gazel, Dragoon, of course, with 7.0 got nerfed. Not nerfed. Reworked. I don't think they got nerfed. They got reworked. Why did I say nerfed? The way that Dragoon... does that mean that you're not listening right now, Gas? basically they got changed. Dragon Sight is gone. Rip Mythbuster Dragon Sight memes. Rip Dragon Sight Mythbuster memes. Remember the name Dragon Sight, the buff that stacked with itself. Because it did. Dragon Sight was so jank that it stacked with itself. The developers just went, you know what? I have a solution, guys. You won't believe it. We remove it. Great idea. Now, as far as the Dragoon itself is concerned, they removed Dragon Sight, but they added a damage buff to Geishgagul. So, the Dragoon doesn't really feel anything. It didn't really feel like anything changed in that regard. Now, the way Dragoon actually got changed is 1. Spine Shatter dead, Winged Glide replaced it. What do you do with that? It's a gap closer. That's it. It's actually pretty fast, so like you might get pretty good mileage out of using it to like engage combat, I guess. Geishgagul doesn't have a 30-second cooldown anymore. It has a 1-minute cooldown, which means it is basically one of the things you start your burst with. I would say the thing that heralds your burst, but given that it itself does damage, you want to use your other things that boost your damage first, which means Battle Litany, Lance Charge, Geishgagul, right? So that means that every time your burst comes around, like you set up Battle Litany, you set up Lance Charge, you Geishgagul, and then like you continue your GCD and basically double weave every GCD. The key thing, in my experience, and you know, working on guides and stuff, Dragoon's signature thing right now, aside from it has a GCD rotation and an OGCD rotation that doesn't really talk that much, but they have this bridge called Life Surge that they meet for every so often, is pretty much all of your damaging OGCDs turn into another OGCD. But the OGCDs that they turn into do not have a cooldown. Which means that when your burst starts, you use Geishgagul, the Geishgagul goes, here's your 3 Nastrons, don't spend them all in one place. When you use Stardiver, boom, you get a Starcross that you can use whenever. You use Jump, you get a Mirage Dive that you can use whenever. You use Dragonfire Dive, it gives you Rise of the Dragon that you can use whenever. So basically the way that your burst is built out is you want to get Jump, Dragonfire Dive, like you want to get Jump and Dragonfire Dive and of course Geishgagul on cooldown so that the things they turn into are available, but also more importantly to get those cooldowns running. And the only other thing that dictates a specific order, the only other thing that is like, you have to use me at that time in your burst, is Life Surge. Life Surge being like, when Drake's Bane comes up, which is your step 5, or when Heaven's Thrust comes up, which is your step 3 in your Heaven's Thrust combo sequence. When either of them comes up, that's when Life Surge comes up. Because Life Surge is best spent on your strongest GCD, and Drake's Bane and Heaven's Thrust does the same damage. Which is a change from Endwalker, because in Endwalker, Heaven's Thrust did the most, and your step 5 combos did slightly less, but they were a decent backup plan. Which is no longer the case. You can just use it on either. So like that's the thing. You go into your burst, Geishgagul is already got like spent, and then you like make your way through. I need to get Jump on cooldown, I need to get Dragonfire Dive on cooldown, I want to get Stardiver used so that like I don't have this singular double weave taking up my space. And then like you just make your way through all your other GCDs. Double weaving every GCD. And once you have all of the actual cooldowns on cooldown, you just go for it with all the rest. And they have enough time that it doesn't really matter what order you spend all these X ready buffs in, as long as they're all used. So hey Chris, hope you're doing well. Starcross isn't a double? Nope. Nope. Wasn't the 5th combo move the same potency as Heaven's Thrust if you did the right positional, or am I misremembering? They were slightly weaker if you did the right positional. Slightly weaker. They were significantly weaker if you didn't do it right. I believe the reason why it was confusing, Merfolk, is that... Yeah, exactly, it wasn't a huge difference if you did the positional right. But the reason why it was confusing was because the trait... I guess it isn't a trait. At level 64 in Endwalker, you had a trait that basically said when Fang and Claw or Wheeling Thrust is used after the... First of all, it said you can use them one after the other. And when you do, read like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. That's a joke. It does 100 more potency, which happened to be slightly less than Heaven's Thrust. Is the recast timer option worth using to double weave OGCDs on Dragoon? You mean this? Just leave it. There's basically no situation where you would want to where you'd want or at least need to use jump into Mirage Dive in the same weave. You don't need to. And sometimes if you're a masher, not having this toggled would like lock you in. Does it miss timing? What misses timing? Let's see. Nox says, is six-sided star ever worth using a GCD on outside forced downtime and having to leave melee? I don't think so. Oh! Does it miss timing? Okay, right. That's a deep cut, I feel. In regards to the six-sided star thing, I don't believe it has any other uses. But I suppose, let's say you have a lot of raid buffs running, and you have like 4 chakras you'd like to spend. Maybe. But I don't think so. Which ocean fishing route do you think is better? I haven't done enough ocean fishing to have an opinion on that. I don't care. Let me see. Wouldn't ocean fishing be here somewhere? Isn't there like a cumulative achievement? This should tell you. Philippe says Mirage Dive does feel a bit hollow to me. I don't know, I'm just used to having it having a purpose. See, that's actually the same thing that is causing trouble for Vipers right now. It's actually the same thing. Dreadwinder and Dreadfangs had more of a purpose, now they don't. So it feels a little hollow, right? It's the same problem with Mirage Dive. It's like 4 okay-ish ocean fishing trips. Yeah, exactly. And then I would like you to know that I have gotten this, like I've done this twice. So I've gone on like 3 or 4 trips maybe 5 in total. Danjo adds, I've had that with Ruin 4 ever since the rework. Yeah. That's just a general thing. That's actually also something that is something that I've talked about, that I have talked a little bit about, and something that I would like to talk more about is part of the reason, and now this doesn't apply to everyone, I should probably lead with that. Something that I've heard some Dark Knight players have a problem with. And this isn't a problem that came about yesterday or in Dawntrail. This I would actually say is a problem that has been around a little bit since Dark Knight's rework. Is outside of your burst. Outside of your burst. What are you managing? As a Dark Knight. What are you managing in between your bursts? Dark side doesn't count because it doesn't run out between your bursts. Zayfila? I'm not sure. It might have been Ymir. Could have been Merfolk. Health. Alright, Cyanide, you have the floor. What's the answer? Put me in the dev chair. Oh, like that. Yeah, the closest you get to managing something is your blood gauge and your MP gauge, right? But if you spent your entire MP gauge in your burst, and let's say you're off tanking, and you're not you're not in a duty that is so hard that your co-tank requires your TBN to live, so you don't have to use it. Usually, you'll generate approximately a bar of MP, maybe a bit more, in between your bursts. Which means that your MP bar isn't really something that you're managing. It's just kind of there. It fills in time for burst time. And blood gauge, you generate... I believe my estimate at level 100 is you generate somewhere in the ballpark of 150. Maybe just 100. Like 150 or so blood gauge between bursts. Which means you have one extra blood spiller, essentially. One freebie one. It's on the house. Something in that ballpark. Does that feel like you're managing it? Exactly, Minota. As long as you keep it under 70, at 70 or under, it's fine. Which means that you don't check in on it very much. And then your burst comes up and stuff happens. But what I'm trying to get at is you have that one token blood spiller, and the rest of your filler combo is this. For some Dark Knight players, that's not enough. That feels a little hollow. Feels a little boring. Danjo says, I mean, what is Warrior managing outside of gauge and buff? Correct. Let me get to that, Danjo, because Warrior is actually my counter, my linchpin counterpoint. What does Warrior manage in between their bursts? Well, where Dark Knight uses Salted Earth once every 90 seconds, Warrior uses Upheaval every 30 seconds, and they have to make sure that they don't overcap on onslaughts. They have one extra every 2 minutes. And that's not very much. They also actually have to manage their damage buff where Dark Knights don't. Which means that every time you are about to finish a combo, there is actually two brains, two neurons have to or I don't know, actually I don't know biology, never mind. The neurons have to connect and go, big brain time! I buff my damage! And then, Warrior has one more thing. And it's Infuriate. It is unpredictable in some capacity. Obviously, your rotation has no random elements, so if you did your rotation on a striking dummy, you would be able to, with enough practice, tell me exactly how your Infuriate cooldown is looking 2.5 minutes into a fight, or whatever. because you would be able to, like, determine that. But Infuriate does not come up in pairs on the 2-minute cooldown naturally. It comes up a little bit erratically, in fact. And you have to play around that. You have to manage it, which means that sometimes you get like an extra Fell Cleave, and that sometimes means you get an extra Inner Chaos. And that adds a little bit extra to the rotation. A little bit. Is it much? Nope. Not really. But it's more than what Dark Knight has in between its bursts, right? Not even talking about... I'm not saying... But Warrior's Burst is more engaging than Dark Knight's. I don't care about that. But Warrior has a more engaging filler rotation, is what I'm getting at. Also, hey, Twilight Lumina, hope you're doing well, and welcome to the game. I concede Warrior. Do you have points for Paladin as well? I'm assuming in terms of what they do in their filler. Do we still need to use the 2 Inner Chaos in the opening burst with the new skills now? Yes. But not necessarily both of them first. The way I recommend doing it is you use your first one, then you use your primal stuff, Rend and Ruin. Then you do your Fell Cleave so you can get your Primal Wrath, and then you do another Chaos. Izakusa says, so Dark Knight is stuck doing 1, 2, 3 until things come back, almost regardless of what it is that they do. Pretty much. Here's a challenge for you. Try to assemble the perfect pot window for Warrior. It has 2 Primal Ruinations, 3 Inner Chaos, and 3 Onslaughts. You use your gem draft 10 seconds before the burst window starts. In the odd minute burst, you use Inner Release, you spend your Fell Cleaves, your Primal Wrath, and then you hold the Primal Rend for 30 seconds. The moment before Primal Rend will run out, you use it. This gives you Primal Ruination ready for 20 seconds. Like, a second before Primal Ruination ready ends, you drink Potion, that's 30 seconds of that. Primal Ruination. And then you go from there. The 3 Onslaughts come basically for free, because you can have 3 in the 2-minute burst normally. The 3 Inner Chaos, I'm not sure. I would imagine that you would want to have 50 gauge, well, maybe even 100 gauge ready before that tincture situation starts. But the second Primal Ruination is using Primal Ruination Smuggling. Also, hey Melania and John, hope you're doing well. For Paladin's rotation, and I do realize some of you are saying, well, the defensive cooldowns, yes, they are part of what makes all tanks more engaging for some players. But once you're past that, then what makes the job engaging? For Paladin, relative to the other tanks that we've talked about, Paladin of course has the comparable to Upheaval, has Expiation and Circle of Scorn every 30 seconds. That's an improvement over nothing Dark Knight. They also have Intervene, but those go in the burst, so they don't count in that regard, right? As like based on the conversation we're having, that why like the job might be engaging in their burst, but what about the rest? Intervene go in the burst. Every second Circle of Scorn and Expiation goes not in the burst, so they give like a tiny bit of engagement. What's left? Fight or Flight, Requiescent, both go in the burst. This goes in the burst. So what you have left is your Royal Authority combo and Holy Spirit. Now, how does that get more engaging? then Soul Eater combo spam. Emir says, so Dark Knight has the ninja problem? You know what, actually, speaking of, ninja is close, but the reason why ninjas don't really mind is because they do have something that they're looking at while they're doing their boring stuff, is while they're doing their 1, 2, 3 combos, they carefully manage to make sure that they use Suiton before the ninjutsu combo, like the ninjutsu charges reach 2. And they will sometimes overcap on their Ninki gauge as well. So, like, they have some things going on. Now, to Paladin, the reason why the Royal Authority combo can be more engaging than the Soul Eater combo is because what does the Soul Eater combo accomplish? It generates blood gauge enough that you have 1 in your filler. 1 spending of it in your filler. The rest goes in the burst, so that's not interesting. It generates MP, but it doesn't generate enough that you'll get extras outside of your burst most of the time, so you don't care. So basically, Soul Eater is like, you do like 5, 6, 7 of those full combos, and then you get 1 payoff. With Paladin, every time you finish Royal Authority, there is something to think about. What is that? So I haven't maxed out Paladin, as you can see, so there'll be some potencies that might not match. But the interesting thing is that, well, once you reach max level, I believe, let me just double check that. Yes. So when you reach level 94, then Divine Might boosted Holy Spirit is going to be equal in power to Sepulture, and Supplication will be slightly weaker. Now, what does Paladin have to manage is every time they get their atonement, they want to, of course, prepare so they're ready to do another one. And they have interest in getting into their fight or flight combo at a very specific point in their rotation. Can they control that? Not much, but they have a little bit of control. And they want to make the most of it. Notably, you have 3 filler GCDs in your fight or flight window, and the perfect setup for that is, from what I can see, Holy Spirit, Sepulture, and Supplication. And the reason why it has to be that is because it can't be Holy Spirit, Sepulture, Holy Spirit again. Like, that's not possible. But that's your optimal take, which is equivalent to Endwalker's Atonement, Holy Spirit Atonement, which was the default result. Like, the best result was Holy Spirit, Atonement, Holy Spirit, and that came up occasionally. The difference here is that to get Supplication, Holy Spirit, Sepulture, you need to land in the specific situation where you have the equivalent of 2 Atonement stacks left and Divine Might. And that's rather specific. And this means that Paladin has like a rather select amount of GSDs to be flexible with. The moment that they use Royal Authority and get their Holy Spirit and their 3 Atonement stacks, they want to spend the first Atonement stack because that first Atonement sucks. Then they want to, if they're not ready to spend yet. Yes, sorry, Holy Spirit, Royal Authority, Holy Spirit. Thank you, Emir. If they're not ready to spend yet, they can then do Fast Blade, Riot Blade. But after that, they look at their fight or flight buff and go, do I have time to, like, start over? Like, can I, like, throw all this prep out the window and start over? Like, it's like, imagine if Dark Knight generated, like, a full blood gauge, then they looked at, like, their burst window and went, well, it's not ready yet, so I'll just use 2 blood spillers and try again later. And then just, like, build new blood gauge. That's kind of like Paladin's situation, is that they just throw out all the prep they did because it wasn't ready on time, and they start over. And that does have this effect where you have some interest in your filler combo all the time, because where you are in your filler combo directly impacts your burst. You could argue that, well, that also applies for Dark Knight, in that you're interested in how many blood spillers you get in your burst, right? But yeah, there is a notable difference based on where you are. Emir also asked, how's Gunbreaker different? Gunbreaker is similar to Dark Knight in that they basically spend their filler situation building and building and building resources until they have for their burst, right? Except I don't believe they really have to do that. Well, they still do. A little bit. They still have to do that for their odd-minute burst, and kind of also for their 2-minute burst. But they do have Lionheart, yeah. But they basically spend their filler building up to their burst. But the difference is, for Dark Knight, if they didn't manage to build their burst, right? If they didn't finish, then they're just like, ah, shucks, I didn't get one blood spiller. Darn it. And maybe they'll have one less Edge of Shadow. In broad strokes, the burst is going to feel the same, right? It's going to feel the same. It's just that it's going to end on a slightly lower note of, instead of going, what are the names anyway? Scarlet Delirium, bam! Comeuppance, bam! Torque Cleaver, bam! Blood Spiller, bam! For slightly less damage. It's instead like, Torque Cleaver, bam! Hard Slash. Like, it's not quite as exciting, but you know, it has something to it. Gunbreaker instead, Gunbreaker instead, if they go into their burst undercooked, so to speak, they go in being like, so Gnashing Fang or Double Down? And it's completely ruined, right? It's completely ruined. And yes, that's only one facet. You also have that you're using Blasting Zone every 30 seconds. And, as Danjo says, Gunbreaker technically bursts every 30 seconds, because in their filler, they have a full Gnashing Fang combo, which is also something that matters. It means that while you're doing your filler, you're not only looking at No Mercy, you also have that filler burst on top. So, like, there's something happening all the time. A little bit of something happening all the time. And that's also true, John. That's also a thing that Paladin can manage, is both in their burst and their filler, is their ranged attacks present a potential DPS gain, especially relative to the other tanks. Because Paladins, and only Paladins, really, have the capacity to just step away and have a good ranged GCD. So, like, that's kind of, I think, the problem with Dark Knight here, is that where the 3 other tanks have something happening in between their bursts, Dark Knight doesn't really. I will say, I don't think this is a case of the developers having failed in that department. I'm pretty sure that the problem is that the player base has gotten so good at shoving everything into this bucket, this massive bucket called My Burst, that you, like, if they had given you extra blood gauge space, you would have just gone, nice, then I don't have to have that filler blood spiller. I can just put it all in my burst. Or if they had reduced your blood gauge so you could only have 50, they would have just been like, oh, well, I guess we don't have that blood spiller in the burst. Like, it's not a matter of, there's no way they can make you not do it aside from removing it. Like, how did they make you stop using your gap closers in your burst? They said, bam, now your gap closer doesn't do any damage anymore. Alright, I guess we don't have Plunge then. And speaking of which, Plunge was basically the final frontier, the final thing that Dark Knights had to manage in between bursts. It was like the final nail in the coffin was that they had that they might want to look at. Not anymore. Will we see Dark Knight gain anything in the patches? Kind of like how Paladin's rework was. I don't think the developers have said that Dark Knight has a problem. And if the developers don't see this as a problem, then no. Twilight Luminous is me who has no idea what you're talking about. Ah, yes, of course. It's a little high level. But interestingly, this problem that I'm talking about, speaking of Plunge while removed from Steam, wouldn't it be weird if his Steam had an attack you didn't have? Now, you might say, well, I used to have it, so it still makes sense for him to keep it. Yeah, but let's say a new player started playing today, and they decided to play Dark Knight, and eventually they unlock his Steam, and then they see him use Plunge, and they're like, what's that attack? Why can he do that, and I can't? I know that's a weirdly specific issue, but as he is presented right now, he uses a range of attacks that are exclusively attacks you also have. So it would be weird if you used something you didn't have. Isn't it in PvP? Plunge? I believe so, yes. Plunge is still in PvP, but wouldn't that still be weird? Are you saying he should also use Eventide? Ever do Squadron missions with summoners? Not with summoners, because Squadron NPCs can't be summoners, I don't think, but I have seen them as Arcanists. That's Shadow Flare, am I right? They actually cheat, because they can use Shadow Flare more than you ever could. But an interesting problem that Dark Knight faces is kind of the same problem as I was highlighting with Viper. Is that... And yeah, ding ding! We managed to circle back around, and that was perfectly planned on my part. Noxious Nash was that thing that Vipers managed in between their bursts. You might say, well, you have other things you're managing. Your rotation isn't just Mash 1, is it? You're right. But Noxious Nash added a little bit to it, a little more. May add a little bit more reason to do the things. And I can take it one step further. Monk, right now, its filler rotation basically plays the same as it did in Endwalker. It's still alternate Bootshine and Dragon Kick, alternate Twin Snakes and True Strikes, Demolish once, Snap Punch twice. It's the same, right? It's all the same. But if you ask, I'm pretty sure if you ask the Monk mains, they'll say, it's not the same. It's not the same. It's different. It's different now. It feels, it might feel somehow like something is missing. And I think it's the same thing with Viper. Because the problem with the Viper change that makes it weird is that they removed a thing, but the rotation is largely the same. So like, who cares, right? You just don't have... Am I back? Am I back? Hello? Okay, apparently my connection completely cut for a second. Apparently it cut for so little time that my game didn't even notice. When did it die, by the way? What was I talking about when it cut out? Is perhaps the more helpful question. Not even 10 seconds. That makes sense. Viper Noxious Nash, are you sure? Died when something about monk changes. Right. That was what I expected. But yeah, the problem is that these jobs have basically been streamlined such that your rotation is the same, but the game just tells you how to do it. This is particularly true for Monk. Before the rework, of Monk, you had to figure out what the next step in your combo sequence was yourself. Now, once your rotation is underway, like when you initially open, I'm pretty sure it will straight up like tell you which ones are the better ones to use. And once you have your buff, it'll tell you to use the other one. You don't even have to think. You just click the glowy button. Like, if you think Vipers is stupid in that regard, then you haven't met Monk. It's quite crazy. Yeah. That's kind of the thing. And I guess this is ultimately, in a really weird roundabout way, the exact same problem the Black Mages are feeling. Before the Black Mage rework, you used, you know, about 2-3 spells in Ice State, because that's how long it took to recover your MP. Makes sense. Now you use 2 ice spells because that's what the game says you have to use. Gazel says, I don't like how they remove those not too big of a deal, but incorrect options from the game bit by bit. And yeah, exactly. This is something that I've talked about before, is that having options for the sake of having them might not be super exciting. And having wrong options, like obviously wrong options, is not exciting. Because the moment you realize that they're wrong, you just stop using them. Bam! That easy. You just stop using them. But having options and the choice to choose which one you want to use does matter, right? That's basically what I think some players are feeling in Dawntrail, is having the game go, these are your options. You choose whichever one you want to use. There is an obvious correct answer. Or a superior answer, you could even say. But it might not be obvious. Exactly, Merfolk. Player expression is a thing that keeps people playing. It's an interesting twist because in, for example, Stormblood, jobs had correct answers and incorrect answers. They had utility options that were useless or niche to the point where you'd never use them. And they had options that they had to use at times. Like, for example, tanks having enmity combos that, oh look, a shark, that they basically had to use if they were going to lose aggro. But they kind of sucked. Like, for some tanks, it was just the garbage combo, right? The combo you didn't want to use. Like, to put it into perspective, by Stormblood, Warrior had the choice to, like, they start their combo with Heavy Swing. Then their step 2, they have the choice to go, do I use Maim, which at the time applied a slashing down debuff, which you wanted to maintain for yourself and like a samurai or something, but they could also maintain it with Yukikase, I believe. Or would you like to use your enmity combo, which generated extra enmity? And if you did what you chose here, decided what your options were in the next step. And the third step, if you used the enmity combo, was more enmity combo. If you didn't choose the enmity combo, then your choice was Storm's Eye for the damage buff, or Storm's Path for some healing and more beast gauge. Those were your options. For Paladin, you had the same thing. Would you like more MP or enmity combo? And if you chose enmity combo, then it led into more enmity combo. If you chose more MP, your choice was apply a dot with Goring Blade or do damage with Royal Authority. And thank you, Random Bigs. For Dark Knight, I believe it was also like that. It was just that you only had the Soul Eater combo and the Power Slash combo. It's like you did step 1 and then you chose Enmity or MP and Healing. And there was a correct answer given like what the context was. And other jobs had something similar. I believe Monk's step 2... their third step 2, like before 4-point Fury, was 1 Ilm Punch. I'm pretty sure it was a step 2. I'm pretty sure. Which actually made it even dumber, if true. And it also explains some things. I believe they changed this with Shadowbringers. But before that, Arm of the Destroyer's form bonus was that it silenced everything for 1 second around you or something like that. And then 1 Ilm Punch stunned the enemy for 1 second and ignored stun resistance. And assuming the enemy wasn't completely immune, of course. But it did garbage damage. Like, mega bad damage. So why would you do that? And the reason I'm saying the fact that it was step 2 made it dumber is that it meant that, like, you couldn't open with it. Because you needed form bonus. And it was a step 2, so, like, if you wanted to interrupt someone with it, you had to, like, make your way through your combo, reach step 2, and then just kind of hold it and wait for them to do the thing you want to stop, and then punch them in the face to stop them. Imagine if Holy had that. Make White Mage overpowered in dungeons instantly with 1 change. Holy ignores stun resistance. But make implies they aren't already insane in dungeons. I feel like Sage and Scholar has a tendency to be stronger, but that might be bias. But that is like, that was something most jobs had wrong options. And some of them were so bad or so wrong that it was almost like the developers just like placed a trap. They placed the Hearthstone Magma Rager in your toolkit and was like, do you want to use this? No? Correct answer. And for those that are like, the Magma Rager? What? In Hearthstone, which is a card game, there is a card that originally, at least, they might have changed it, cost 3 mana and had 5 damage and 1 HP. Now, normally, a 3 mana card would have something in the ballpark of 3 damage and 4 HP. Which means that... And also a 1 mana card would have like 1 damage, 2 HP, or 2 damage, 1 HP, or maybe even 1 damage and 1 HP if its effect was good. But it means that a 1 mana card could beat Magma Rager. Actually, anything could beat Magma Rager, so... It was a bad card. Like... You wouldn't want to play it unless there was some extremely specific niche. Yeah, 1/3s were actually good. Some of them, like, uniquely extra good. But Magma Rager was basically put in the game to be bad. And it's actually really funny, because Magma Rager is so bad that there exists a whole selection of something Ragers in Hearthstone, and they're all bad. And their theme is that they have a tendency to cost like 3 mana, maybe even 2 at times. Usually they do 5 damage and have 1 HP, and then they do a thing. And they're all bad. Somehow. And basically, some Final Fantasy XIV jobs at some point had the Magma Rager in their toolkit. They had... The stealth one was good. I guess it was viable at least, because then it was allowed to attack first if the opponent didn't use AoE. But yeah, some jobs basically had this. Buttons in their toolkit that sucked so much that you'd never use them. If you knew what you're doing, at least. And you could argue that a good piece of information is that I don't think, as we stand right now, that there is such a thing as a Magma Rager job. There isn't a job that is so bad that you wouldn't want to use it. Right. Well, should we take a look at some clips before I spend the entire stream just talking in circles about patch changes? I think we covered those substantially. I have clips on my list here from Viech, Wool, Zarf, Shaq, Emir, and Gassel. So if you're in the chat, let me know so that I know that you're here. You wouldn't download a car. He also says, here's a question. Did Higanbana's Kaishi ever have a use? Nope. Basically never. We could start with Gaming says, can you add me to the list? I usually grab the clips at the start before I start the stream so that I have ample time to like look at what's going to happen in the clip if I need to. But I'll have to see, Gleebing. We'll have to see what time it is when we've also gone through the other clips. But I usually... Now, you can actually see on the Discord thing, I actually put like a thumbs up, and I actually put that like 30 minutes before the streams that I know. These are the clips that I've checked. Chaiji Higan had some niche uses with fights having 2 bosses. Gazel, you'd have to be very specific about that one. Because even boss fights with 2 bosses, it was almost always better to just Yukikase and Higan Bana the other guy than actually waste your Tsubame Gaishi on that. I think I heard something super mega specific about the Epic of Alexander or something like that. But in broad strokes, I don't think there ever was a time. Right. Should we start with Zaf? Zaf has a clip playing Sage in the level 95 dungeon, so if you haven't done that, you don't want to see like spoilers of seeing that dungeon, this is your chance to avoid that. And there. Apparently, there's the clip is called Dancer Tank. So this boss's first mechanic is that the hand that gets like the beam to it first will punch first. So if you haven't seen that, that's the tip there. And this boss supposedly has a soft enrage with a multi-stack marker that hits more times each time it comes back throughout the fight. Going to solo attempt at this next week. Next week. I am wondering how Dancer Tank becomes a thing. Especially when we're watching it from healer POV. Like that. Well then. Does it always hit 3 times? I've specifically heard, Danjo, that it hits more times per time it shows up again. And it would certainly not be the first time that I had a case where, like, someone, could be me, could be someone else, was like, I'm pretty sure it only works this one specific way. And if you then take their word for it, the next time you see the mechanic, it works differently. It's just Squeenix RNG being funny. And with 2 deaths, there's a reasonable chance this mechanic is going to come up again in this run. But that would be the case. Any mechanic that involves somehow unavoidable damage that gradually increases puts a solo attempt in danger. That looks like 3 to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, now it's going to be interesting whether it does it a 3rd time, and will it do more than 5? It's actually pretty smart to use Icarus there, because if you just sit there and let yourself slide, you might actually spend more time being unable to cast than if you just, like, round it off with a knockback cancelling Icarus. Yeah, exactly, Daniel. You see what I mean? Like, maybe you killed the boss fast enough that you didn't see it, or maybe you just didn't notice. Like, maybe in your attempts it didn't matter. So you're just like, well, it hits like 3 times. Like, I went into Strayborough Deadwalk, and like 3 or 4 times, like 3 or 4 runs, as I recall, in a row, the second boss would have the second set of teacups be opposite sides. I mentioned it in a video, it hasn't come out yet, and I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I kid you not, the next time I ran Strayborough Deadwalk after, like, finishing editing, the second set of teacups were like a 90-degree angle. It was like the boss outright messed with me. Like, it intentionally was doing this to set me up. Like, it was so perfect that it couldn't have been done any other way. And also, yeah, that's true. It was still 5. If it's like that, then yeah, then I do think that we have a we're in business. I mean, I think that went well, Zaf. I think that went well. Although, pretty funny that, are we certain the first one was only 3? I counted them. I'm pretty sure I counted them and said 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think that went well. The thing is, it seemed to me that people mainly died to getting tossed off the arena. Not much you can do as a healer there, right? You just go, well, you could use rescue if you're extremely good. You might be able to time it right. Have you been listening to Be My Honey there? More of the husky version. Let's see. We'll probably do Emia next. Emia, you still here? Only if Emia's here, of course. Alright, what's up? Enjoy your date. Interesting how the Dark Knight didn't use TBN for those tank busters. I didn't even notice. I was more focused on figuring out the things from the healer POV. Ransom says, would be cool if Rescue had a short window to pull someone back from falling off a ledge. I think it kind of does. The problem is that Rescue takes like 30 years to resolve. So if you see, like, to rescue someone out of a knockback that will kill them, you basically have to go, that person is going to get knockbacked, and then as the knockback is getting applied, you already clicked rescue so that knockback is applied, like, well, rather, use rescue, it takes its 30 years of being applied, knockback is applied, rescue activates, and then the person goes, what? And just, like, slide for a second, and then, like, slowly slide over to you instead. Like, there is a way, but it's so niche and specific that, like, it's really hard. Hey, Connor, hope you're doing well. I think Emia might be not here. But yeah, basically, to make rescue work for that express purpose, you have to know in advance and then click it in advance. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Right, well, I don't think Emia's here right now, so we'll hold that one for a little bit. And we'll hop to Gazel instead. Gazel is practicing some Viper, it seems. I think Shaq also has posted some Viper clips, so we might get a very Viper-y review here. Let me just make sure I don't get locked out for AFKing. Because I made so many mistakes, I believe. Well, let's see. I don't know if this is before or after the rework yet. The moment I see... Yep, and that is after the rework. Now we know that. Well, you lost a death rattle there. Good. You do also have your speed buff up. Your speed buff is up, your damage buff is not. So here you use the damage buff one first. My advice to figure that one out is I pretty much always start my like, unless something is wrong and my speed buff is running out, I will always do Vicewinder into Hunter's Coil, which is the one that gives the damage buff, the side positional, into Swiftskin's Coil, which is the back positional. I will always do it in that order, and the reason why I do it in that order is because my filler combo, I always start with Reaving Fangs into Swiftskin's Sting, which gives the speed buff, and the reason why I do that is because you want to have the speed buff up before you start on the Twin Blade stuff. And by combining these two things, you never confuse yourself. If you don't have any buffs, you should probably get the speed buff up before you click Vicewinder. And if your speed buff is up, then, like, if you made sure your speed buff is up before you used Vicewinder, then the only buff that might be questionable is your damage buff. So, like, that's a way to keep track of that. It doesn't have to be in that order. If both buffs are fine, you can just do Swiftskin's Coil if that positional is better. But that's the way I do it. But yeah, right here, you should do the Hunter's Den. You did the Swiftskin's Den first. Now it's fine. Now you have both buffs. And you could, of course... Actually, another thing you could have done is... You could... Yeah, I know I'm super nitpicky right here at the start. It's just, you know, get the first observations out right out the gate so that we can move on. Right here, you can use Serpent's Ire to get your Reawaken cashed in when you want to. You have 30 seconds to spend it, so it should be fine. I totally understand holding it for a little bit longer. If I was in the group, I would probably use it, like now, just to be sure. Around now. But you have about 30 seconds to spend it, so you might as well, like, click it when it's available. You're level 99, so that means you don't have the double, you don't have the weaves, that's true. I think? Yeah, no, you just have Ouroboros. I would probably say get another Vicewinder rolling here. Free Awaken. A reason why I would feel compelled to get Vicewinder used sooner is, you know what, like, maybe some other Viper mains, or at least Viper players, know this pain. When you're in the middle of an AoE pack, you use, I don't even know what it's called now, Pit of Dread? The AoE Vicewinder. And then you do one of the follow-up combos that gives 5, and then the pack is dead. And now you have, like, the other step, like, the other 5, and you're, like, sprinting to the next pack, like, come on, tank, hurry! I don't want to have this dunce hat for the rest of the dungeon, where you're just at, like, an awkward, uneven amount. You can't do anything about it. Everything you do that generates this resource does it in tens, effectively. Like, the only way you could fix it is by intentionally messing it up again. Exactly, Cat. Just overcap to get rid of it. I've actually done that. just not you like just waited until I hit 100 resources just to get rid of the problem. Like, I don't want to see that. So here's actually an interesting minor issue, and this is something that I also deal with. Right now, your next pack, you will probably run into the problem that your damage buff will run out. Your speed buff will probably also run out, so you need to, like, reactivate them, right? You need to refresh them. But you have your full on uncoil, like on rattling coils, so you don't want to use Vice Winder. Or Pit of whatever. Before you've used Uncoiled Fury, but you don't want to use Uncoiled Fury without the damage buff or the speed buff up. So when you engage combat, you might feel compelled to do a full filler combo, like just a dual blades combo to get your buff up, and then like 2 steps of another one to get the other one up, and then Uncoiled Fury, and then maybe a Vice Winder. And at that point, you probably want to use Reawaken as well. You've kind of like painted yourself into a corner a little bit here, and the reason why this, comes up at all, is because around here, you're spamming some single target, like not single target, dual blade combos that could have been an Uncoiled Fury or 2. What is the priority in this case? Well, the obvious answer is, of course, you shouldn't have ended up in this situation in the first place. I'm not sure what would be the best course of action here. Given that we are running into a boss fight, I think the way that I would have gone about it is, like, right now you can actually see that your buffs are still up. So what I would do, and good that I paused before I saw what you chose to do, I would use Uncoiled Fury, then Vice Winder, speed buff first, because that's going to run out possibly before you can, like, reach around to it if you do damage buff first, and then damage buff. And then Reawaken. And then after the Reawaken, you can figure out what the problem is. You can also just, like, go in and, like, make sure your, like, dual blades combo buffs don't run out, because, like, they're also down to half duration. But that's what I would do. What I would do is right here, because you have both buffs up still, I would do Uncoiled Fury, Vice Winder, speed buff, damage buff, and then see from there. Now, what you do is... Wait, what did you do? Oh, your combo just reset. You did Reawaken, and now your buffs run out. That's a classic. That happens sometimes. And you used a Vice Winder. So at this point, you had, like, most of your Reawaken, like your first Reawaken, without buffs, and you lost a Rattling Coil. So, like, that's of course something you could have done differently. Whoops, didn't mean to skip in that. Yeah, if the boss doesn't have any reason for you to, like, hold Rattling Coils for something later, then you can just, like, toss them out when it's convenient. Also, hey, Emblem Magician, hope you're doing well. Oh, there were only 2. Ooh. Wow. That sucks. You can't even get in and see the fight. Can we have it on a camera or something? Hey, are you winning? Are you winning? Are you winning in there? Wow. I hadn't even considered that could be a problem. Well, at least the tank didn't just solo it. Let me just rewind to get your opener. This is the opener from the very start. Let's see how you do that. Vice Winder directly. I mean, you can also do that. I still recommend doing Reaving Fangs into Swiftskid Sting. And then Vice Winder combo. That is still what I recommend. Like the best way to try and remember that one is you don't use Vice Winder if you don't have your speed buff. You don't use Reawaken if you don't have your you don't use Reawaken if you're missing a buff. That can be helpful for making sure that like you don't have to look for everything to understand whether you're ready to do a thing. The reason why I recommend not using Vice Winder without the speed buff is that the twin blade GCDs are like 3 seconds without the speed buff. They're 2.5 with them. So you really don't want to have them without the speed buff. It saves you slightly more time. What's the point of the 2.5? Can't see it for the hard thing. For the half orbs in front of the buff during that phase, in front of the boss during that phase, it's a thing that he smashes. When he smacks them, it cleaves half the room effectively in a really roundabout way that makes it look like there is a safe spot when there isn't really. It's all random. Like he summons them, and then he does like the smash, and it slams directly on the green blobs. Like they're the reason why it goes splash with circle AoEs all over the room. I think that's really it. Like there isn't really an explanation there. I don't know if there's anything more we can comment on the AoE on the AoE packs. Like, without just repeating myself. I don't know if there's anything in particular you feel like I should check out other than the bosses, Gyasel. Oh, whoops. So this time we have oh, you... Oh, no! The Reawaken speedrun. Oh dear, you also have the awkward amount of resource. I keep forgetting the free Reawaken. Yeah, I think I did that a few times. Actually, my first duty at all where I had Reawaken, I lost a freebie in the level 90 job quest. It ran out. I was so sad. Oh, that is actually an excellent time to use Uncoiled Fury. Because you don't really want to switch to your AoE combo for, like, one set. Because then, as I said earlier, that costs you 100 potency on your single target afterwards. So you'd rather not do that, but the mobs are just there long enough for you to use Uncoiled Fury. So that might actually be a good reason to hold those. Just have them in case like there's another set of trash trash mobs. You might want to have that. And there was an AoE combo. You could have used Uncoiled Fury for that instead. The convenient thing is that Uncoiled Fury doesn't break your combo. So you can just interrupt whatever you're doing to Uncoiled Fury if it's convenient. Like, think Reaper in the Harvest Moon kind of idea, where you have like this single ranged attack that hits really hard with an AoE component, but Viper can generate more of them. And they're actually, I would actually say they're stronger than Harvest Moon. So like, that's also the reason here, is that Uncoiled Fury does more, as far as I recall, significantly more AoE damage than your Dual Blades filler combo, which means, unless you have some sort of good reason, you generally want to make sure that you don't sit on those. But yeah, actually, to get back to the priority that you mentioned earlier, Gazel, if you actually went into a fight with no buffs up, 50 gauge, and 3 rattling coils, and 2 vice winders, right? Like, you have basically everything built in a way. Like, you could even have full gauge. I would probably say, okay, in that case, click vice winder, Swiftskin's coil, Hunter's coil, reawaken, do that, Uncoil Fury, and then try to fix it after that. And yes, that would mean that you're doing Vice Winder really slowly. You could also do, like, up to Swiftskin Sting. Like, you could also do that. But it's a little difficult. Like, at that point, everything's really awkward. And the main reason why I would just go straight to Vice Winder is so that you don't have a 1-2-3 combo ticking while you're trying to fix it. I would kill for 3 charges of Harvest Moon. Cyanide, 3 charges of Harvest Moon, and some sort of attack in your rotation just generates them. Like, it just, like, gives you an extra. Hey, Caetsu and Kraken. Caetsu and Kraken. Hope you're both doing well. But it is it is difficult, exactly because the things that you want for Reawaken to go well are set up with something that generates the resource that you use for Reawaken. And you don't want to spend the thing Vice Winder generates if you're, like, if you don't have the buff that, for example, Vice Winder gives you. Wait, how did you see that? Oh, I didn't even notice that you checked. I was like, wait a minute, did you look? Like, did I miss something? Is there a sound for those specifically? Like, when the boss activates them, it's like, on your left and on your right. But I have been in that situation myself, where I've been, like, in the middle of my rotation. Like, in an AoE pack, it's too close to death, so there's no point in using Reawaken. But it took a little longer, because I deemed that it wasn't worth it to use my burst. Guess what? My co-DPS deemed the same thing. My tank also decided to do the same thing, and the healer's not using Presence of Mind on this. So we all just stand there kind of sandbagging it, and now I have full gauge and full rattling coils. Just kind of there like, what do I do now? And then we get to the boss, and someone has to watch the cutscene. And I'm like, right, well, that's my buffs. Now I have full gauge, full coils, no buffs. What do I do now? And in that scenario, I would probably just do my opener as normal. Like, just straight up Reaving Fangs, Swiftskin Sting, Vice Winder, Hunter's Coil, Swiftskin's Coil, Reawaken, and then, like, finish my, like, Dual Blades combo, and then see if I can fix it. But yeah, here's something. Here's a little something. I'll just stop it right at the end here. Obviously, you were trying to do exactly that. Clearly, you're trying to do exactly that. However, I just wanted to highlight for any Vipers in the chat that needs to hear it is your Dual Blades combo kind of sucks. Which means that basically all of your other attacks are better. So win a fight, like, at this point, when the boss is about to die, you would prefer if you have no gauge left, that's basically impossible to plan out, no Vice Winders left, and also have finished your last one, no Uncoiled Furies left to cast, and now you do Dual Blades combos. In fact, the only reason that you save Uncoiled Furies is, well, maybe I'll have an extra one, like, maybe I'll need one later. Maybe I'll need one later. Maybe you'll need one later. But when you don't need one, out the window. Just yeet. Get rid of them. Because they do a lot of damage. And the only exception to that is... because there's always an exception. Death Rattle, adding like 280 extra potency to your step 3 GCDs, means that something like Flank Sting Strike, with everything included, correct positional, Venom buff, and Death Rattle, is 780 potency. Which means if you had one, if you had one shot, you had one GCD left to do. And you had the choice between Vice Winder, Flank Sting Strike, or, you know, whatever, combo finisher, or Reawaken. Yes, Reawaken. If you could only use one more thing, and you did have time for the OGCD that follows, then doing your combo finisher would actually be the optimal choice. But that's like the only exception. It is pretty funny because it means that Viper's rotation is 300 potency, 300 potency, and then like nearly 800 potency for their filler combo. Just 338, 338. Absolutely insane. But I don't think it did that many mistakes. I don't think it did that many mistakes. Right. I'll ask again. Do we have Viek, Shaq, Emia, or Wool in the chat? Also, hey, how about? Hope you're doing well. Would it be pretty fun? It's actually so a little shocking to me that Reaper has... Okay, I actually thought it was 600. 800 potency is a little bit more. Oh, potency buff there, right. I was like, wasn't it 600? Is it 700 before the buff? 800 does help. I think Uncoiled Fury with the OGCDs is like 900. Not this again, Brontome. Dragon Mo says, getting to freeze your Umbral Ice state is such quality of life. I did all of Praetorium yesterday without dropping. Nice. Nice. Cat says, my 93 Reaper's Harvest Moon is 600. Okay, then I did remember correctly. 800 is pretty nice. That's pretty good. But Uncoiled Fury is... Well, actually, if Harvest Moon is 800, Harvest Moon doesn't have the slow GCD. I believe Uncoiled Fury has a 3.5? Yeah, 3.5 before skill speed or anything. And yeah, of course, you fix that by having the speed buff from yourself. Getting it to like 3. And it's not even 900, it's even more than that. It's 680 plus 120 and 100 and... Well, actually, it's 170 and 170, so... Let's see... It's like 1,020 potency? Thank you, 7.05 buffs, I guess. But taking a full extra second, and a full half extra second, still means that Uncoiled Fury needs to be like a fifth better. Which it is. Harvest Moon's 800. Fifth better than that is 960. Yeah, Uncoiled Fury is better than Harvest Moon. More easily accessible than Harvest Moon. At the same time. And that's also considering that both jobs have the ability to increase their damage by exactly 10%. Exactly 10%. Well, if the rest of the cast that posted clips aren't here, then, well, I could ask, is Gleaming still here? Because then we could check Gleaming's clip. I'd rather not check someone's clip if, like, they're not here, if they probably want to be there when we check it. Is Gleaming still here? Because then we can check theirs. And VX says I'm also here, kinda. Okay, I'll do Gleaming's clip, and then we can check VX clip. Whoops. Right, we have Valley Amanda. That's the first trial in Dawntrail on Extreme as Scholar. See healing tips. I'm aware of a point where I pressed Dissipation at a time when I was about to need Seraph, but somehow we got through it okay. I'll try my best. I haven't actually healed this duty myself, so might not be able to give that much advice, but we'll see what we can do. Okay. Is this the marker dance? Is this the marker dance? Amazing. As a European, I've never seen it before. And that was very quick and efficient. That was barely a marker dance. Yeah, I mean, well, if there's only pairs you need to talk about, then there's not much dance to be had. Wow. just gonna start here by saying your UI, you do what works for you. But I just want to say that this, so close to this, looks a little dangerous. And the fact that the target's target is like barely spilling out into some bars there looks a little concerning. But it's your choice. It's totally up to you. There's also this part where your broil is like overlapping with your buff there. I like big buffs and I cannot lie. Yeah, indeed. Hey, if it works. Read the title of the video. Yeah, Warcore Lard Door. Yeah, that's also why I said it's Valley Amanda. Valley Amanda. It's just Valigamanda like, why is everyone not taking my name or my duty seriously? What's going on here? Why is this? So one thing, and I'm sure you already realized that, Gleaming. One thing you can watch for, if you record your own run, own attempt. One thing you can look for as a scholar is times where it turned out that you didn't need Etherflow. Like there, you spent 2 real quick. And the sooner you know that you won't need Etherflow, the more likely you can actually fit that Etherflow in chain stratagem. Case in point, if we, like, I know this is pretty big of a rewind, right? Here you have 2 Etherflow. That's those 2. Bit late. So it wouldn't make it. But it would make Embolden. And maybe a Searing Light. Like, that's the amount of prep you can do sometimes, is by going, like, by reviewing yourself, you could go, well, I don't actually use those 2, so you just spend them. That's entirely up to you. It's also possible that you went, well, I don't know if I need them. This time I didn't, but the last run I did, so I'm not going to waste them. But that's something you can do. Cyanide says, am I a psychopath for not looking which volcano is going to erupt? Not necessarily. My advice would be check if you can't, like, if you don't know, it would be good to check. Because the rest of your group might not be quick enough to react that you can use them to tell yourself instead. Yeah, exactly. You can hear it. Some players can hear it, and some players just look. The important part is having checked in some way. Having checked by hearing it is also a way to check. And that's true, you don't need to check both sides to know which side is erupting. The reason why I double check both sides personally is simply because then I'm sure that I didn't look at it wrong. Or I didn't look too soon. Oh, look, Dissipation is ready. By the way, like, I don't know how much this would help. For some players, it might help. Because this is actually something that we talk about actually somewhat frequently on the Discord server. Is healers having trouble remembering to maintain their dot? You could try and, like, detach the debuff window from the boss. And, like, make it really big and put it somewhere where you won't miss it. I don't know. Maybe it'll help. Maybe. You just see Gleaming says at this point in the fight I typically use Seraph for the stacks, which is part of why I didn't want the Dissipation here. Yeah, that makes sense. But then you did anyway. Uh-oh. this time I used Seraphism and then didn't realize Dissipation clears Seraphism, does it? Oh yeah! Cannot be I have to say that came unexpected. I did notice that the button above Dissipation changed. I believe it was Accession turning back into Consultation when you use Dissipation. I assumed that it wouldn't like grayed out Dissipation and been like, now you can't use this while Seraphism is up. But instead it just goes, yeah, go ahead. Screw yourself up if you want to. I don't care. That's pretty funny. I could also just, like, the thing is when it says it doesn't stack, then that could mean a lot of things. It could mean that you can't use both. It could mean that one overrides the other. It could mean that if you use Dissipation while Seraphism is up, then you just don't get the Dissipation buff. Turns out that's not how it works. I mean, I don't have that much to add here. Like, you observed your mistake yourself. I guess what you could do is... Well, actually, let me just double check. Let's see, 547, so that we can get back to that. Right, so here you could make a change. The only benefit you get out of using Dissipation first here is that it means that Dissipation will come up a little sooner later. Of course, you also get the benefit that Eos, or whoever you chose to heal for you, Celine, it looks like, comes back a little earlier. Because she'll be gone for the first 30 seconds instead of, like, being there for the first 7 or 8 seconds and then being gone for 30 seconds. But if you use that there, and then we go up to here, right? Are you using Dissipation on cooldown here? So... what you could have done, let's see, 20, so that's, so that would have been 14 seconds of Dissipation. So that means it would take like a further 16 seconds before you would have been able to use Seraphism in that situation. So maybe you wouldn't want to do it. But the alternative perspective is, if you had used Aetherflow first, then Dissipation would have come up a little later, but then Aetherflow would have come up a little bit sooner. I don't know if that's better or worse, but that's something you could work with, like, to try instead. But because that's that's one of the primary drives of opening with Dissipation. Doesn't actually matter which order you use between Aetherflow and Dissipation right in the opener, if Dissipation isn't going out on cooldown anyway. Then then either way kind of works, and then Aetherflow first probably is better since you get Aetherflow on cooldown quicker. Unless you need Celine on the field sooner. That is something you can do. I do find it extremely confusing that they use the same marker for the deep freeze there. For the ice blocks? And yeah, of course, as you said yourself, you could of course also just have planned it such that it wouldn't be a problem. But I guess if one mechanic requires you to use Seraph and the other mechanic requires you to use Seraphism, both of them are incompatible with being the time where you're using Dissipation, right? So that's a little bit of a problem. They also use the same mark of the Tank Buster and Ice Phase. Yeah, true. You would probably see in, like, when we had the farm where I was playing Warrior, that most of the time I was being very, very excited and moving a lot while taking that Tank Buster, because something in my brain said, well, you're getting deep freezed if you don't. Uh-oh. Did a tank do the electric slide? Maybe I've been, like, I'm not paying too close attention to it, but it does seem like one thing that Gleaming is very good about is maintaining the dot. Which is also part of the reason why I'm suggesting that maybe having a big dot, like having big dot icons would actually help. For some of the players having trouble maintaining that or managing that. I don't know. Like, for each person who it might help, there might be another player who's like, yeah, well, the change in UI would confuse me differently, so I would just get it wrong because of that instead. And then we've gotten no further as a result. Oh, whoops. The double weave on the single weave space. That's probably fine. Whoops. I've been told that there is like a safe spot, like right on the dot there on the arrow where you see a bunch of people standing. The thing is, with the avalanche, that might not be a safe spot when that hits, but that is something to look for, I guess. Like for the spike sickle. And yeah, definitely, like at this point, you're reaching a point where it's like, does it matter? Like, will I need this? Like you could just throw out all of your resources and then just be like, I'll also use Seraph while I'm at it. Like, whatever. Who cares? And yeah, exactly, Danjo. With, like, for example, DPS jobs, a lot of the time, your dot application feels naturally as part of the rotation, so you just remember it. Like, for example, with Samurai, where it's like, if you're doing your looping rotation correctly, then the application of Higanbana comes naturally. If you're doing, like, a more free-flowing one, like if you're not in a coordinated group of any sort, so, like, you don't expect any raid buffs, you might, like, freestyle it more. That's more likely if you're not a Samurai main as well. Then you might just go, well, I just finished an EI Jutsu. Should the next one be Higanbana? And if so, how should I do that? And that's part of the reason why this buff where they made Tsubame have no cooldown is a buff to freestyle Samurais, is that it just gives you an extra an extra G-city. Just wait if Higanbana's coming. Like, as in, it's coming and needs to be reapplied. Yeah, I haven't tested it myself, Gleaming. It was something that I was told. after the last Extreme 1 farm on the channel. So I was like, oh, that's nice. Hopefully I'll remember that. But I think you did well. I think, like, the main thing we had to talk about is, like, if you're, like, practicing a fight to try and perfect it, figuring out where you never need ether flow could be nice, because while tossing energy drains when you realize you won't need them is, like, it's perfect. Like, that's good enough. If you can know that while there's still some raid buffs going on, and you get rewarded a little bit more, it's like a risk, because maybe you will need it. Right? Like, maybe you will need them, and you won't know that until it's too late. Yo, that's pretty nice, Danjo. Jimmy says, there was a time where I just never ever clicked Dissipation because I thought it was a trap. Well, let's be real here. Dissipation is an incredibly pathetic cooldown if you're focusing on it for damage optimization. Like, imagine if White Mage had a cooldown they could press that spent 2 Tetragrammaton stacks, because they have 2 of them now, and did a grand total of 1 glare worth of damage. That sounds incredibly bad. You'd probably use it, but it sounds kind of bad. And that's actually less costly than spending your 3 ether flows for basically what amounts to 1 broil, right? But you could do that with almost any job and it would still kind of feel like a little sucky. Like, I would actually say, imagine for a second if Pictomancers had an additional alternative cooldown, like shared cooldown with Tempera Coat, which just was called like Tempera Throw, where you just yeet 1 extra fire and red worth of damage at the target, but on a 2-minute cooldown, and it shares cooldown with your defensive button. And it does not have a way to, like, reduce it. It's 2 minutes, but hey, you gain 440 potency. You'd probably use it because maximum damage, right? But man, that would be a garbage cooldown. You think White Mage would still have Tetragrammaton on their bars? Yeah, exactly. What? Yeah, no, we're not using that anymore. That's a glare. Those are like 1 extra glare every 2 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Like that's exactly it. It basically circles back to the ether flow energy drain conversation, right? Well, if you have the option. So it feels a little bit like a trap with Dissipation. If you're going to use GCD healing, it might not be a trap. But genuinely, Dissipation is the most roundabout, backwards cooldown in the entire toolkit. It shouldn't be here, in my opinion. It makes your healing spells better. But while it is active, you know, in the time frame where you might want to spend those ether flows it just gave you, this emergency ration of 3 ether flows, if you spend them in these 30 seconds, which is probably where the emergency is happening, then you don't get ether pact resource. You don't get fairy gauge because the fairy is not there, and also the fairy is not there. And because the fairy is not there, you're also technically losing out on like 10 embraces, which is like 150, 160 cure potency worth after pet potencies. Something like that. So like, if you end up spending those 3 ether flows on Lustrate or something, if you spend them on Lustrate, then you have spent like around 1,500 potency plus the difference here. of 3 times, like 3 ticks of this for 1,800 potency. If that's the only healing you do in Dissipation, then you actually lost something by doing that. If you spend them all on Lustrate and don't actually cast any GCD healing. That's how weird Dissipation is. And that's part of the reason why people look at it as a damage cooldown. Dissipation is a modern version of Cleric Stance in a trench coat. I would say it's worse than Cleric Stance, because it's so weak. I mean, exactly because it isn't, like, it's a bad panic button. Dissipation is like a quick loan. Like one of those, like, extremely, almost outright scammy bank loans where, like, the, you have to basically pay twice twice the loan back a month later or a week later or something. That's Dissipation. Yeah, exactly, Danjo. Dissipation is 300 potency of damage for 30 seconds of no fairy heals, no access to all the fairy buttons, and no Seraphism and no Seraph. And if you dare spend any of your Ether Flow, then the fairy gauge is also not properly filled, so you also lose that. Even though you didn't plan to use it at that point, just don't generate a resource. It's incredibly bad. Dissipation only buffing healing magic is the most weird part, and you know what? Yes, it is. Isn't it incredibly weird that Dissipation gives you 3 stacks of a resource that you can only spend on OGCD healing, and then it boosts your GCD healing? Like, I don't get it. I don't know how they came up with that. But I guess it's like, they had this in Heavensward, right? And I'm pretty sure this is mostly unchanged from Heavensward. That sounds perfectly Scholar. That's actually true. If we assume that one of the core selling points of Scholar is the fact that it has anti-synergy, like that's its key selling point, then yes, Dissipation is perfect. In Heavensward you'd use more GCD heals. Yeah, probably. I don't know if they changed Lustrate in Heavensward or A Realm Reborn. Let me actually see. Maybe we can get the patch notes on that. Right. Ah, wow. Right, so the reason why that matters is because Lustrate originally healed the target for 20% of their HP. This was apparently buffed to 25%. And then they released Heavensward and Dissipation, and then they made Lustrate like Cure Potency. Because if it had stayed percent, then, I mean, even if Dissipation had increased all healing done, there would have been no synergy to be had there. I'm surprised it doesn't reduce auto attack delay. That would be pretty funny. Very random. But yeah, it's weird. Right. Is Vyak still here? Because then we can finish on that. That's actually, again, Valley Amanda. I want an invite. Are you here? Why am I the leader? I'm surprised it doesn't reduce auto attack delay. Danjo, don't worry, Presence of Mind does that. Wait, does Presence of Mind actually do that? Oh, why? 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 I mean, I guess, but why? I should have known this. Back in like super duper late Endwalker, when I was working on let's see, where is it? This achievement, I had some leave quests where like I had to not kill the mob. So I would run up to a mob, like not have read the leave quest properly, and I'll just smash dead, or like whoops. And then I'd switch to something like White Mage and just donk them for 20 damage a pop, which is even less now. But it would take an eternity because you don't swing that fast. I should have used Presence of Mind for that. It's Galaxy Brain time. White Mage has melee auto attacks, and if I recall correctly, the worst ones in the entire game. If they hit for 1 now, then yes, they would be worse because their auto attack delay is slower than Black Mage. Swing. Oh, that was fast. Guess this isn't the first run in this group. Here we have Paladin POV. There we have Tincture. I guess you would do that? Guess it doesn't really matter whether you do Atonement, Supplication, Holy Spirit, or Atonement, Supplication, Sepulture. Doing the full atonement is a DPS gain inside fight or flight. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check that. Yeah, so Divine Might increases the potency of Holy Spirit at level 98. There was a buff to Paladin in 705. I remember before 705, Holy Spirit was weaker than Sepulture. This appears to no longer be the case, I think. No, wait, you're right. You're right. Sepulture is 540 and Supplication is 500. And Holy Spirit would also be 500. So yeah, in that case, it would be better to do the full combo. That's true. Sorry. I haven't leveled my Paladin, so I have to just read the traits. And that's not always very readable. Yeah, just doing the full Atonement combo would be better in the opener, yeah. Because the choice is either... Like, the alternative is waiting with Fight or Flight 1 extra GCD, and you don't want to do that. Wee, spinning analog stick. Exactly, Holy Spirit is the same as 2. first hit was with... That's a good idea, with Rampart there. An interesting thing is a really, really random tip. Extremely random tip. I think it was Cole that tested it the other day and showed their findings. This is more like a, well, obviously, but it is still true, is if you're benefiting from the healing increasing effect of Rampart and you then use Guardian, then the barrier from Guardian will be bigger. 15% bigger. So if, like, it might, for that reason, make sense to open with Rampart on the first hit, and then, like, use Guardian later. Like, that is just a thought. And yeah, Rampart also lasts 20 seconds. I think if you time it, I don't know if you time it just right, if it can hit, if it can like last for all 3 hits you need to take for Mountain Fire. Yeah, John. Guardian applying a barrier for cure potency means that it is affected by anything that increases healing received from all actions. Which means that if you have a Scholar and they use Fey Illumination, that would also work. I think... No, wait, that would not work because that's healing spells. That's healing spells, that would not work. But a Sage using Krasis on you would work. Scholar noob moment. Oh. Yeah, Protraction should work, that's true. Because that increases all healing received. The arrow would also work. It is pretty funny, and it's very interesting because specifically before Dawntrail we had a little bit of a conversation about this, because Warrior and Dark Knight get healing effects attached to their 2-minute cooldowns. Paladin and Gunbreaker get something that increases their effective HP. But Gunbreaker just get like a flat 20%. Where Paladin gets a barrier that scales with healing received. The funny thing is that we initially saw it and was like, well, how much is that 1000 potency for a Paladin? And it turns out 1000 potency is less than 20% of your HP, so Guardian was worse than like Great Nebula. And yes, that was what I was saying. That was exactly what I was saying, Daniel. That's what this conversation started with, exactly. Rampart affects it. So it might make sense to use it first in the Mountain Fire, so you can use Guardian as Rampart runs out, so you get like the barrier bigger for the last hit. But if you stack enough healing increasing effects, then Guardian could be better. But if I remember correctly, 1000 cure potency on a Paladin is like 15% of your HP. So you would need like 33 to 50% more healing received for that to help, which means you would need Rampart and Krasis and something else for it to start to like beat Great Nebula. It's closer to 18 to 19% without a crit. Well, I can test on myself, but I'm not max level. This is 1000 potency. Yeah, 19.6%. You're right. I remembered it being way less. You're right. 19.6%. In that case, Rampart would make it better. Rampart affects Guardian Shield. Yeah, because because at level 94, Rampart gains a healing increasing effect. Does Holy Sheltron also get buffed by Rampart? Yes. Yes. A Gunbreaker's Heart of Corundum heal would also heal for more if it is applied while Rampart is still up. Note, applied. Not if it activates. Just you use Heart of Corundum as Rampart is running out, the heal will be affected because it snapshots it. The snapshot, I'm pretty sure, is 4 seconds in. What do you mean by that, Brontome? The snapshot for Holy Sheltron's healing is when you use it. Because it goes... It checks your healing received when you apply Holy Sheltron. Oh, you're messing with me, fair enough. That would also mean that Warrior's Rampart would affect Equilibrium. And the Dark Knight's Rampart would affect the healing from Shadowed Vigil. Nice. Good call with the knockback immunity. Actually, there's something that I would like to just rewind because I was focused on something else when it happened. Oh, second potion. Yeah, so what I was looking for was... a paladin would be able to start attacking their feather now. How about Abyssal Drain? Yes, that would also work. The one... Jandir says Bloodwetting would also be affected by Rampart, right? Bloodwetting is actually one where I would say I don't know. Because I recall testing previously and discovering that Thrill of Battle doesn't seem to affect Bloodwetting. And the reason why, I'm not sure, but I think it's because as it is a healing effect that is applied like in like 3 extensions of something. Like it's a buff you get, then you attack, and then you receive healing. It has this weird interaction. I don't know if it's a bug, and it might have been fixed, but I do remember testing it a while back and going, wait a minute, it doesn't work. And the reason why I tested it was because I was testing snapshots. And I tried everything. And I do believe not once did I manage to increase the healing from Bloodwetting. The barrier on Bloodwetting should be affected though. And it is worth taking an extra look at this. Part of the reason why I didn't test it that many times is because you have one attempt every 90 seconds to test it. That's incredibly annoying. And yeah, you could go, well, you could just zone into a dungeon and out again. Yeah, can do that 100 times. Something like that. Don't want to do that. Use Stone Sky Sea. Could also do that. Like, there's a bunch of ways you could do it. And I just didn't. I think part of the reason why I didn't do that was because I was using AoEs on my own home's 3 striking dummies, so that I got more results. Like I got more inputs per test. VX says switching target isn't great on controller, so I generally don't unless I absolutely have to and on target. Then press some tag when I'm close enough. Oh, yeah, that I could see would cause some problems. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it was just, it is a thing. Like, see, now you've also done it. Like, now you're making use of that fact that you can do your ranged options. Where others couldn't. That was exactly what I was looking for. That was also something that I did when we were doing it when I was playing Viper, is that I would start trying to hold Uncoil Fury so I could start with that while we were running around. Like, that's the thing with Viper, is that if you're using Uncoiled Fury, like, if you have them, you might as well use them at a point where you can't do anything else. Philippe says, what I do is I turn my character to the thing I want to target, untarget my current target, and press the target button on the one I'm now facing. Hey Obama, hope you're doing well. Zav says, I got my co-tank killed like 3 times there because I invulned and went next to the feather. That is pretty funny. Because they just blindly trust that it's safe because you went. That is pretty funny. One tip that I think I could give, yeah, and I'm sure this is just like because it's also an extreme, so sometimes you don't want to do all that management in the middle of a complicated mechanic or something. But I do have 2 tips that you might find helpful. The first tip is that, and the first tip is actually something that I noticed right there at the end. You had a Fast Blade, Riot Blade in your fight or flight, from what I could tell. If you had this is actually something we were talking about earlier, is that part of the interesting management of Paladin is that whenever your fight or flight is coming up, in fact, every time you do Royal Authority, there is some management in going, okay, so what do I want to set up? I want to use Atonement because that sucks for the burst. I want to do Fast Blade and Riot Blade because that sucks for the burst. So now, at worst, my worst GZD will be Royal Authority. And then, if the burst isn't coming up in time, well, Supplication then. Still not coming up in time. Holy Spirit then. Still not. Sepulture. Still not. Or rather, at that point, you just go Royal Authority, and then you start again going Atonement, Fast Blade, Riot Blade. And then, like, see how much of the best burst you have you can bring in. And right there at the end, I wasn't paying close enough attention to that to say whether, like, one or the other is better. And it could have been something else that caused it. I just wanted to mention this, like, as a general tip. Is that, like, you don't want to, like, throw away your step 2 and step 3 atonements. If they could land in fight or flight. Exactly, John. It's like something around 18 seconds before sounds about right. That partly comes from the fact that it takes 4 GZDs to get rid of everything, right? At the moment you use Royal Authority, it takes 4 GZDs to get rid of everything, but technically it takes 3 GZDs to get rid of the things you don't want to get rid of, and it takes 3 GZDs to get the things done that you don't care about. Which means that you would do the things you don't care about, like get those out of the way. Then you look at the timer again. Like if it was 18 seconds when you did Royal Authority, then you have done Atonement, Fast Blade, Riot Blade. 7.5 seconds have passed, so it's like 10 seconds left about now. Now you go Supplication, Sepulture, Holy Spirit. Now there's like 2.5 seconds left. 3-4 seconds maybe. Royal Authority, Atonement, Fight or Flight, go. So like that's something you can think about. Obviously, it isn't a catastrophic damage loss. It's something you can think about. The other tip is that, and this is something that I've seen you do previously as well. Usually I don't really comment that hard on it because it's usually like in a clip where you're soloing something, and often what causes you to hesitate is because, well, actually I need to use a defensive cooldown right now, or something like that. But there were a few times where it looked like your GCD was hanging for a little bit, specifically in your burst, and I'm not quite sure. Do I still have the clip open? I think I see it here at the start. I don't quite know how crossbars work. But based on how the crossbars like shrink and grow, I'm guessing that they're controlled by like the shoulder buttons. And what this looks like is that you're not entirely sure where you want to be. It's double tap. And right here, things are going well. The reason why I'm highlighting this is because most of the times where you've left your GCD hanging, like it's been like less than a second. Like the one time I kept a close eye on it, you still managed to fit all 8 GCDs in fight or flight. So like it didn't cost you anything there, not in your burst, but of course wasted a second overall. But often what happens is it looks like again, there is this like jittering where it looks like you're switching between them, like you're not sure what you're supposed to do next. It's just how it looks. The first tab looks like my lower bar, then I tap again and move to the top bar. Okay, like that. Like, right. We go back here. It's like 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, I just wanted to mention it. It's not that there's anything wrong with the way you're switching bars. It was more that I specifically noticed that you would specifically be doing this dance. And as I said, I don't know how it works. I play on keyboard. But it looks like that's when this causes problems for you. Like specifically, that you like get caught up in it for a second. It's a minor thing. I don't have a solution for you. I'm like looking at this. Like specifically, what I'm thinking is I don't know how I would do this differently. I would probably not have put my put the burst potion there, but it works for you. So like I don't think it's a hotbar problem. It's just the confidence in knowing what you need to press next. Because I do this too. This like hesitation, and then I don't get the button out when I need it. But I usually do this with jobs that I'm not as confident or solid in. Because like I'm uncertain. Earlier today I did some duties as Dragoon. And there was one moment where like I did 1, 2, and then I decided to battle Litany, but it didn't work. Like I clicked it, but apparently I didn't click it. I clicked it at the wrong time, so it didn't activate. So I did so I basically just went. I think I did the next GCD, and then I just went Battle Litany, Lance Charge, Gaius Kagul, because like I'm not going to do this weirdly now because Battle Litany was slow. Like I just decided to go whatever. I'll just do a triple weave then. There's slightly more story to it than that, but that's what happened. And the reason why that happens is because if I didn't just choose to go whatever, then what could have happened is I would have gotten stuck when I used Wheeling Thrust, because it would have been like, well, I need to do Life Search for Drakesbane, but there's also the other thing that I need to do. It's like that's what can happen. Exactly, take the L and the clip. Made tinctures there because it was the only free slot. Ah. I mean, yeah, you could upgrade your tinctures. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. You could upgrade your tinctures, but I don't think you need tinctures for that particular fight, so that's probably fine. By the way, let me just fix the light. There we go, kind of. The Saint is very bright. Yeah, the changes to the Paladin has also gotten me to do some weird stuff. I was like, well, I don't need Goring Blade there anymore, so I moved the two OGCDs a little bit to the right, and I was like, well, normally I have my ranged attack on shift 1, so I grab that from like over here, over there or something. I'm like, well, now I can have Taunt there, and I can have Interject there, and like, after all of the changes, the empty slot was like here. I'm like, congratulations, Shield Bash. You've gotten a pretty front seat button, all things considered. Like, just if you look at my hotbars for a second. 6. It's a pretty good button. It's a pretty good button. Why is it Shield Bash for Paladin? I don't even know. But yeah, I think the managing your burst filler a little bit better would help you do a slightly more damage. And then there's the don't get caught up and clip your GCD because of hesitation. And like, there's not much I can do there. Like, there's not. It's just about practice, I think. Yep, that sounds about right, Danjo. That was exactly what I saw. That Storm's Path increases healing from Thrill of Battle and Rampart. Equilibrium gets boosted, and indeed, Equilibrium's Heart snapshots it. Bloodwetting doesn't work for some reason. Also, why is Fight or Flight not on 6 if every other one is there? The reason why it isn't there is because the thing that all the other tanks have, and you can actually see this also doesn't make any sense. These should be like this, right? If they should match with Paladin. Like, Bloodfest was up there. I moved it here because, like, well, Lionheart is coming, right? But the thing that the other tanks have that causes their big button to be on 6 is they have 2 spenders. Paladin only has 1. Because Shield Bash is more important. Yeah, it's very important. It's crucial, in fact. Well, we could probably also cover Shaq's clip. Should we just do the new one, Shaq? Since the old one is from Dreadfang days. We do the new one. VX is about clipping my GCD. It's also probably because we did too many runs and I was more or less on autopilot, although it's been a while, so not 100% sure that was the issue. Hard to say. Hard to say. It's also just like, I can't, if I have to go like, well, here's some advice, but well, maybe I shouldn't say it because maybe you messed that up because of like something that's completely out of your control. Like, better that I say it than not say it, right? Danjo says Paladin only has 1 Confiteor crying in a corner. Well, the thing is, Danjo, Confiteor is Primal Rend. Confiteor is, well, Reign of Beasts, right? But Paladin doesn't have an AoE atonement. Yeah. Let's finish up with that then. Wait, was this a run that I was in? Or was that the other one? I was not in this one. That's the other one, right. sure. The thing I would have done differently there is that I would do dual blades fillers until the pack is already there, but that's really neither here nor there. This might give deja vu to some people that were here earlier in the stream. So usually at this point, Vicewinder is a good attack, especially the follow-up attack. So what I would do at this point is I would just be doing dual blades combos until the pack is fully packed. That might not be necessary, which is why I'm saying using Vicewinder while the mobs are still being collected is probably fine. But the way I would do it is I would just do 3 full steps, get the speed buff, 3 full steps, get the damage buff, and then around there, the pack is probably packed. But let's continue just from this point again. You can use Serpent's Ire already. Like, you could use Serpent's Ire now. You don't have to. Personally, I might. But I probably would use Serpent's Ire, like, down there or something. The fact that the Astrologian used Divination there might compel me to use Serpent's Ire so that that cooldown aligns with the raid buff later, so I know that. Like that's a trick you can use with Serpent's Ire, because you can use the actual resources that it provides later. You can use it as like your secret stopwatch, keeping track of someone else's buff. Like, for example, now you know that the Astrologian used Divination. If you click Serpent's Ire 5 seconds ago, you would have your cooldown match theirs. Whether that's helpful, whatever. But that's a tip. Now here you then... The thing that caused me to stop there is, of course, well, both of your damage, like your damage buffs are up. By the way, this is also something you talked about earlier, is that with Gleaming, is it's your UI. You choose what works for you. However, I think this is too close to this. So it might confuse you, because someone else's buffs is right next to yours. You might want to scoot those slightly to the right. But if it works for you, fine. Both of your damage buffs are up. There's a raid buff up. At this point, I would use Serpent's Ire and Reawaken. Like, Reawaken right now. Using Uncoiled Fury on AoE, that's good. You should use Vicewinder, or, like, basically at this point, we have a few things, all, like, a lot of alarm bells blaring. Because right here, you can do maximum damage. You should use Serpent's Ire, Reawaken, Uncoiled Fury, Vicewinder. All of that good stuff. All that good. And your filler combo sucks. Like, as in, legitimately, compared to everything else you have, your filler combo mega sucks. So at this moment, the last thing you want to be doing is your filler combo. Let me just pause there for a moment. Dan just says, I mean, it's your hotbar, so don't let me alter those, but I feel Paladin Spenders are Holy Spirit and Holy Circle as their Burst Strike or Fated Circle or Fell Cleave, Decimator, Bloodspill, or Quietus. That makes sense, Danjo. But I started playing Paladin in Stormblood. And in Stormblood, the only time you would use Holy Spirit was during Requiescat. And these two buttons haven't changed, I'm pretty sure. So in Stormblood, I just hold Alt, do this, and then just mash away. And that has just built that, well, my magic, Alt is where I put the magic buttons. That's the story there. And sometimes that's just what happens, is you've built muscle memory for that. And it sounds insane, and sometimes there's like clashes with how your hotbars make sense, which has this effect where it makes no sense because it used to make sense. But that's the reason. Obama says, ideally, should the astrologian have held divination for when the mobs are grouped up? Yes. Precisely, actually. Like, if we take this from the POV of everyone, here, the Gunbreakers should consider No Mercy, Astrologian should consider Divination, Dragoon should consider Battle Litany, into Lance Charge, into Geishka and all that good stuff. Right now. Oh, that sucks, Cyanide. That's the worst. Also, hey, Emir. Hope you're doing well. But that's the thing, is that the reason why you would use your filler combo in a trash pack shack is like when it starts to reach the point where you're like, I don't know if I can actually finish this combo. Like, around this point, I wouldn't use Vicewinder anymore. Like, I wouldn't start one. Because I wouldn't want to risk not having it. I wouldn't use Reawaken either. For the same reason that I feel like I might not be able to finish it. How many clips you've done? Like 4 or 5? We still have yours, by the way. You did make it. You did make it. So let's see here. Again. You could use Serpent's Ire. Again, I would recommend waiting with Vicewinder until the pack is fully clumped up. Here you can use everything. Yeah, I think a big tip here, like, it seems like what you're good about is now at this point you have gotten your Vicewinders up. But I think one big tip would be make sure that you're using Serpent's Ire on cooldown or close to. Doesn't have to be exactly on cooldown. Sometimes Serpent's Ire comes up at the like now, and you'd rather wait until the fight, like the boss fight. But you don't want to have it sit for 2.5 minutes. You'd rather not do that. You basically lost one Serpent's Ire so far. Things go sideways here on this boss. Oh, wow. That doesn't surprise me. You have a Reawaken. Dodge. Good. One. 2. 3. Yep. There was a 4 skipped. You have Vicewinder. You also have Reawaken. Your speed buff is running out. Your speed buff is not running out. Yeah, exactly, Shaq. I've also done that. No worries. I was just checking. Also, nice sneak through. Yeah, something that is a really good move on this fight is holding your Uncoiled Furies, because this boss is going to force you away so often. By the way, tip for everyone that we can review right now. Apparently, the children out there on the edge will dash at the furthest away player And on the run back, so they run through, like they lock on to the furthest away players, like the child that comes in this one, probably here or here. Just charge that way. When it reaches the other end, on the run back, it targets the person closest to them. Which is the reason why you probably have this feeling of, whoa, on the run back. Look at that one. Probably this one. Straight through. Is this confirmed? I've seen actual footage of someone setting it up at precisely, and it's consistent. So I think it is confirmed, Perrin. Do you see the path? Do you see the path? It's a little difficult with some of them because this one is a little closer, so I'm not entirely sure how it comes up with not going this way. Oh wait, no, it is going that way. I just couldn't see it. They're all going for the Astrologian. Can you see it? It's like this wall building towards the Astrologian. And these ones are targeting the tank. And then on the run back, I'm not sure why that one chose that one and not this one. Oh, because, right, if you're captured, they ignore you. If you're already captured, then they ignore you. So this character doesn't count, they're already captured. They also ignore you if you already have a hat. Like if you already got a hat, then they ignore you because then you're one of them. And they run straight through you. You can see they turn and target the closest possible target. Some of them get a little weird. Like that one targeted this way. I'm not sure why it ignored the Astrologian. So like it might not be perfectly consistent, but as you can see, like there might be like an angle thing. I don't know. But it does seem like you can almost predict where they're going just from knowing this fact. Almost. It might take a little bit more testing. The easiest way to not get captured is to get captured beforehand. Now that's big brain. Also, hey, Fubuki, hope you're doing well. You have, let's see, you have Vicewinder. I imagine that you're very focused on just surviving, but you do have Vicewinder available. There it is. And then you still have Vicewinder. Oh, whoa. No! Wow! Whoa, that's amazing! That's very nice. Everyone with like a bad connection just mega jealous right now. Look at the perfect sneak through. Whoa. I would recommend, yep, second wind, good call. Uncoiled Fury. Serpent's Eye and Uncoiled Fury again. Oh, whoa. Oh, Bloodbath is on cooldown. Survival first. Yeah. And that's also true, Ilana. That's also part of it, is that because everyone's running around, there's the, like, server latency and all that. And by the time the children make a decision, it might look different. But yeah, from what I can see, the key things is that because you mainly use Serpent's Ire as an opener on a boss thing, you're not super well acquainted with using Serpent's Ire aggressively. But you should use Serpent's Ire basically on cooldown, the exception being if the fight is about to be over, it might be fine to just hold it. Vicewinder is something that optimally you want to keep on cooldown. And like, if a duty is about to draw to a close, like, end, then there's actually a good reason to, like, just throw all of your Uncoiled Furies. But aside from that, just sitting on 3 and then just throwing one if you're about to use Vicewinder or Serpent's Ire is pretty fine. And, like, you can be a lot more aggressive with them once you're, like, more comfortable with the job, but holding Uncoiled Furies so that you can step away and do that, whoa. If you hold them so you have that, that might actually be a really good thing, and it might actually help with your learning. Because the thing that I'm seeing, and I might be getting, that might not be right, but from what I can see, it looks like when something requires your attention in a fight, you just default to filler combo. Obviously, you don't want that. Like, optimally, you just do your rotation correctly anyway. That's really easy to say. But that, like, optimally, that's what you want to do. But what you can do is you can prepare easier parts of your rotation so that you have them when you need them. For example, if you hold Uncoiled Furies, then, like, when the boss requires you to step away, then you can just step away and do Uncoiled Fury instead. Like, Uncoiled Fury is a pretty easy button to press. It doesn't, like, it's just there. Whereas, like, with your filler combo, you have to, like, quickly, like, glance down and go, oh, left, or oh, right. And, like, Vicewinder isn't that hard either necessarily, and your Reawaken combo isn't that hard either, but Uncoiled Fury is, like, the easiest, I would say the easiest button in your rotation. So keeping some of those for when you need them, so to, like, give you breathing space, might help. Because what it looks like to me... Wow, that got a little chaotic, I think. What it looks like to me is that you're having trouble getting stuff spent because you spent a lot of the time in a fight being focused on the fight, which means that, like, you get stuck on the filler combo thing I mentioned. That you, like, you default to that. You might not want to do that. I think I mentioned that at some point. When we were progressing on the second trial, like the second extreme, that I specifically held a Reawaken or something for a mechanic that required my attention, because it was easier to just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, really, while doing that, compared to glancing at my filler combo all the time. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. Uh-oh. Womp womp. Yeah, now that said that, I'll try my best to find something else to comment on, because I've spent 10 minutes of this one harping on those things specifically. Oh, yeah. That happens. That happens. You get hit, and then you get confused, and then you get hit again, and then you get worried, and then you get hit again. I had a reasonably recent run as warrior here where I think I had like 6 Vuln stacks, because I just goofed it rather early, and then I just kept goofing it over and over and over again. Uncoiled Fury. Nice. Nice. Another Uncoiled Fury. That's very good. You could Serpent's Eye and Uncoiled Fury. But this isn't the opener. Also, the fight is drawing to a close, so you probably don't want to use Serpent's Eye right there. Even though you could. I don't know what I actually don't know if there's anything else I could comment on. Yeah, I've done that too, Darth. I think I've mentioned that I've specifically had the situation where I will go into the fight going, remember the hat, remember the hat, remember the hat, remember the hat, remember the hat. Oh, look what's over there. And then I get the hat on my face. I'm like, I'll genuinely spend the entire start of the fight just like, hat, 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 don't forget the hat. And that just sucks. That's a terrible start. You would comment on the glam? That looks cool. The swords are huge. Is it the like chainsaw blades from Tower of Babel, I think? Here's a tip. As far as I've seen, the first ghost will spin over here, then go a full roundabout back here, and then it'll like slide a little bit over here. So you see it over there, that means the safe spot is over there. 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 100% chance, based on what I've seen. The first teacup always does that. Now, the second set, like 90% of my runs, they don't do this. They do opposites. But I'm pretty sure that this one up here will go down there, then do a full 360 back there, and then a 90. It's like it'll end about here. And if the other one follows the same logic, then it means that it will go over there, a full roundabout, and then over there, which means that the safe spot is up there. So basically, the first set goes 180, 360, and then like a bit. The second set goes 180, 360, and then 90. Like an extra 90. Like 180, and then like 450. And then here's the third set, which I don't see that often actually. Let me just see that one again. Because there, that one of them is at the entrance, right? And they're on the entrance and the exit. Where do they end up? They go 90 degrees and a bit. Which still means that the opposite ends is safe. Which does mean that when they go opposites, you just go to where they start, and that's usually good enough. But when they do 90-degree space between each other, then it becomes a little more complicated. Because it means you have to like go 90 degrees after, like you have to go to the quadrant after the second ghost. Like if you go like clockwise, then you see the first ghost that you go through, and then the second ghost, and then you put yourself in that quadrant after it. And like, yeah, you could also just look at the teacups. The reason why it's easier to just remember where they go is because then you don't have to look. By the way, really weird fun fact, the big dolls, they're like tantrums, they have a maximum range, like vertical range, And if you tank the dolls down there and attack them from up here as a major range, they can't hit you. Really funny detail. However, who's pulling them back there? Who's going to do that? You could. But it's kind of like a pointless detail because 3 out of 4 healers can't use it. Because they have to be in melee range. And like a red mage would come down to use Moulinet anyway. And the summoner might come down to do the book smacks, like the Ifrit stuff. Just a moment. You did actually use Serpent's Eye on the trash pack. Nice. That did, like, more of that. Like, genuinely, you just want to, like, smash Serpent's Eye on cooldown almost. And it will cause your opener on the boss to be a little awkward, but what you can do to help that is, like, you could just try and accumulate 50 gauge and then, like, spend the Serpent's Eye of freebie for the trash pack. Then you have 50 for the boss. And also that, Daniel, that is true. Book smacks add up over time. Although with the damage upgrades, like in Endwalker, I think it took like 100 book smacks to make up for one, like make up one ruin. Now it probably takes more than that. Everything counts, but I'm just saying. In this fight, you actually don't have any need to hold your Uncoiled Furious. There's no mechanic that will require you to step away from the boss if you do it correctly. Don't know why they don't just apply the Black Mage thing to Summoner autos. Which Black Mage thing, Bokaj? That the damage goes to 1? Nope, it's not a mechanic on Black Mage. That's a myth. That is a myth. Hard to demonstrate here, but basically the reason why Black Mage does 1 damage with their autos is because 202 strength is negative attack power, basically. It's because Black Mage they gain so little strength on level up that it actually falls below 1 damage. But when you're like I believe at like level 37, maybe 50 even, Black Mage actually does okay auto attack damage. It just doesn't bear any meaning. And the only reason why Black Mage had this standout effect is because level 90 Black Mages did 1 damage. In Dawntrail, most other casters also do that. Not all of them. And yeah, the trick to not need to step out of melee range on this fight is exactly do this. When these two mechanics overlap, you want to be sure you are on this side before the ghosts spawn. Because then it means that your tether is in the spot you don't want to be in anyway. Well, actually, Gazel, the reason for the myth is that it was so specific to Black Mage that it seemed plausible and no one bothered to check. Like, no, it basically was because, like, it looked like it made sense, and then no one bothered to check if that was the reason. than I checked. You can also make Black Mage's autos do more damage by stacking strengths. Summon is still a strong class. They hit the gym lifting those books. Yeah, Scholar and Summoner still do like over 100 damage with their auto attacks. But yeah, to Shack, we're talking Serpent's Eye on cooldown, preferably, unless the fight is about to end. Vicewinder more. And, well, don't spend so much time doing filler GZDs when there are better options. That's, I think, the main advice I can give. I would also recommend holding the Vicewinders until the pack is like fully clumped up so that you hit everything with it. Sage 2? Sage, I'm pretty sure does, like, it might do decent auto attacks. They have more strength than White Mage, and I do believe White Mage does one now. I think Red Mage does as well. Pixomancer does. Awesome, Cyanide. Yeah, is Emia still here? And we can finish with yours. Sorry, I forgot which one it was. Emia doing Dark Knight in the final trial and Dawntrail. So if you don't want to see that, if you think that's a filler, if that's a spoiler for you, now you know. I hope I didn't spoil too much there by showing a second. But here we go. Looks like a fine opener to me. When are we getting this one as an extreme? In probably 7.1. Also stuff says, I do know Sage also has that funny little thing that Sage has where their auto AoE plus auto attack is stronger than just a single target attack at level 50. Nope, they don't have that. They do not have that. Because, and I'll show you, I'll actually demonstrate that right now. I have to leave the group for that. The reason why Scholar has it is because Art of War does the same potency as Ruin. So by using Art of War instead, you just do the same damage, but you have more auto attacks. Dosis is 180, and Dyscrasia is 160, so there's a 20 potency gap. Even, like, your auto attacks have to be insanely strong to make up that difference, and they don't. So Dyscrasia is never a gain on 1, unfortunately. And also Sage's auto attacks are bad compared to Scholar's. They're not as bad as level 50, but they don't have the gimmick that Scholar has. Big faces. So many people said Wuklamart ruined this. So many people said Wuklamart ruined this fight, and it breaks my poor baby heart. I don't think she ruined the fight. My perspective on it is that I felt like that scene felt a little awkward. But I felt like the last time we had such a scene, Carbon Spit, the last time we had such a scene that felt like that specifically, to me, was in Shadowbringers E8 when Gaia comes down. And it felt the same to me. Felt the same to me. Does that ruin the fight? No. I just have like this little bit of like, it's a little weird. That's it. And yeah, also, that's true that you should still auto-attack as a Sage if given the opportunity. You should auto-attack as any job if it, like, it's free damage. And it's free damage. For level 50 soloing, Dyscrasia is stronger because doses keeps getting interrupted. That's a good point. That says testing and the pop keeps Sage auto sick at 50 to about 50 damage and AoE does for 40. How much damage does doses do? Because the linchpin in this conversation is how much potency is an auto attack worth? Scholars Out of War is 420 and autos are 75, and Scholars Ruin would also be 420. And doses would do about 12.5% more damage. Which would be basically 50. So maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Rato. Maybe you're right. And the auto attack's actually that good, but what's the swing timer? 2.8. That also matters. Doses is 500-ish. Okay, yeah, then there's no conversation. The problem with auto attacks is that they have a set, like they have their own swing, and that's not 2.5. So this is slightly less than 50 per GCD. What are those cats doing? They're dancing. It's close. But doses is better. But yeah, if it gets interrupted, then we have a different... Then it's different. Because the power is pretty close. Emi says, I'm surprised the warrior let me tank this. And even then you still have to consider the auto attack damage from using doses. That's also true. While spamming doses, you will still be doing auto attacks. They just take 1 second longer per doses cast. Which makes the calculation extremely hard. So, like, that's the reason why it's a rather tight difference. But yeah, this one should come as an extreme in 7.1, which I would believe is at least like 3 months away. Maybe 2 months and like 3 or 4 weeks. This is my main problem with this Dark Knight's gameplay are the passive-aggressive jumps and safe spots. Well, I mean, this Dark Knight is Ymir in the chat. It's a little mean. And I don't think they're passive-aggressive. It's the, like, how do you communicate? It's over here, guys. It's just aggressive. It's extremely aggressive. Just the other day, I had a run in Walkozomo where I confused myself and couldn't find the safe spot on the first boss, and I saw the Dark Knight start jumping. I was like, oh, it's over there. And just ran over. I probably, like, the boss actually died before it was a problem, but, like, I appreciated it. Instead of a macro that makes danger drums and screams, "Look at me!" in the chat. And also put a big marker over your head. Something that I almost always goof up is if I'm like, oh, my group is having trouble finding the safe spot. I know. I'll put a marker over my head. And I'll show them where the safe spot is. I can guarantee you that I will fail the next mechanic 100% of the time. I don't know why, but it always happens. I put the danger Dorito over my head, and then I goof it. So I just kind of stopped doing that. I'd rather just jump in the moment. Curious what the extreme of this fight will be like. I hope... Uh-oh. I hope that whatever they do, they make it so that it's something where the fight just continues from the second "Are you still alive?" mechanic, the absolute authority, that it just continues and just, like, gets crazier each time it does absolute authority, and it just keeps going and going. And I'm also curious what absolute authority is going to do in the extreme version, because I would say that absolute authority in this one is like, it's not quite extreme material, because if it was, then it would mean that making one mistake in that mechanic could wipe you, possibly. But it requires usually that you fail 2 things. Plot twist, you must heal LB on absolute and extreme instead of just ending up having to do it every time. That would be pretty funny. Like, the fight, like, the absolute authority has so many ridiculous mechanics that the intended solution is everyone except one player has to soak a thing, and the thing they have to soak does so much damage that they're basically guaranteed to die, but it gives you a full LB3. I haven't seen this one in Japanese, so I'm just trying to listen. I would say, I think that it works a little better in Japanese, but I think part of that is the same kind of anime quote-unquote distancing that I feel when I watch an anime in Japanese. Is that if you watched an anime in directly translated to English, like directly, there's a lot of things that would make a lot less sense. It would sound a lot sillier. Because just, yeah, as soon as you know Japanese, it gets a lot cringier. I'm guessing that what's happening here is that the Japanese version is, you know, as some of you know, the way characters speak in anime is not how Japanese people speak normally. It's like almost like a theater performance, right? And that makes sense. But in English shows, we usually talk like how people talk. By the way, Shadowbringer? Shadowbringer? You have a Shadowbringer. Oh, you said LB3 in chat, right? Yeah, it works a little better. That works a little better in Japanese. Works a little better in Japanese. But I think the reason why it worked a little better is because like I know Vuklamat is a lady, right? But as she came down there, like the one thing missing from that speech was a Datebayo at the end, and then it would her face would just like morph into Naruto, and there you go, perfect. So like I was basically going, well, this is actually anime, like actually anime, which suddenly places it in a different category in my head. But it doesn't change the fact that for me the conversation there is Vuklamat coming down, smacking Sveen across the face with what looks like a flying primal ruination, or like a giga primal ruin or something, or big giga primal rend, and then going, can we talk about... actually, she doesn't even go, can we talk about this? She goes, I realize we can't talk about this. But still, though, could we maybe somehow talk about this? Karen says, I think my big gripe is that there's no audible strain in the voice from holding back a giant hand, so it takes the literal weight away from what she's saying. And yeah, I can see that too. That is also part of what makes it a little weird to me. But there's something about those like interruptions in combat where they talk over it like that, where it just feels a little strange. That's also why I said it feels, to me, it feels the same as the interruption in E8N, where Gaia comes down to stop Reen. Feels weird in the same way to me. Does that ruin the fight? Nah, not for me. Yureen says, silly thing, I just realized the expansion is called Shadowbringers and you get 2 charges of the ability Shadowbringer. Well, yeah, except that you get the... Oh, right. Yeah, that is true. It gives you 2 Shadowbringers. That is a good point. But, yeah. That is the first time I heard it in Japanese. And I do think it worked a little better. But I have a feeling that part of the reason is exactly because I understand Japanese enough that I can, like, see, like make out some words. And That there sounded like Naruto using friendship no jutsu. You know the one. Golbez is better in English. I will free us from the wheel. Fear my rhyme-kissed blades. Danjo's biggest reason why I really did not want her there was the fact that she was with us all expansion. A single big thing happening without her would have been appreciated. Well, I would also say on the other hand, Danjo, that if they were to have Vuklamat, as you say they did, accompany us everywhere for the whole expansion, wouldn't it be weird if she didn't for the grand finale? Like, if you really think about it, that was the point where it was too late to not include her. Exactly, Izagusa. Believe it! And you might be sitting there thinking, wow, he's really bashing Naruto. I mean, I watched all of Shippuden and everything. It's basically just like Vuklamat sounded like anime protagonist. But I do think there's something weird about bashing someone in the head with a giant axe, just boom, and then going, I understand, I do. It's just, poof. I understand that you disagree with me, I do. However, who's your Naruto waifu? I don't know. Hinata, maybe? Do you want that attack for Warrior Kai? That would be nice, but I'm actually pretty happy with Primal Ruination, and I don't think Vuklamat got that one. Yeah, we got through all the clips. I think you did pretty well, Vivia. I didn't have that much to say. God damn it, I find it weird that we spent 2 zones with Sveen and then the final trial goes Entity Sveen removed and then we fight a robot. Yeah. Although on the other hand, we kind of could have seen it coming, I guess. The rubber axe. Well, actually, Primal Ruination makes your axe grow to 3 times the normal size. And then bonk. If we fought Sveen in her normal body, it would have been pretty quick. It would have been a pretty quick trial. Whatever it would be, she would have had a tiny hitbox. Exploding Volcano Axe. I'm just saying, Primal Ruination is very satisfying to use. But yeah, we got through it all. We had a lot of talk about the changes with the what the changes mean with the patch notes in the 7.05, and we had a talk about Dark Knight. In addition to that, and we got to review some clips. But I think that is where we're going to call it. So, actually, let me start with this. If you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream. That tells YouTube that this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So, thank you so much in advance. And if you enjoyed the company of the wonderful people in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join, where you'll find most of them. You'll actually find the clip review room, which is where I'm grabbing these clips from. You'll also find the schedule where you can see what else is coming up in a given week. Like, for instance, tomorrow we have more Mental Roulette. And the Weekend Savage stream has been moved to Sunday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to streams. They show up there first usually, and if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification when I post a video, post a stream, and an extra notification around 15 minutes before something time sensitive, like a stream, starts. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like those, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps me directly so that I can focus on making all of this content that you can all enjoy. So thank you so much for the support. But that, I think, will be all from me. I want you all to know that, as usual, I plan to do these streams for 3 hours. Now, if you look at the stream time... Here, somewhere. It's here. From actually on my screen, it's actually right there. You'll realize that I'm like an hour and 20 minutes over time. But it's so enjoyable. With that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.